city you burn, I'm gonna build one high.
Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and it is June 8th, YC128. One day to go before the expansion, and I'm so excited. We have so much to cover today, but this is the EVE Universe Show! Welcome, guys. Uh-oh, it looks like my audio is just a little bit too loud. I don't know. You guys are probably going to tell me it's fine anyway. So, hey, guys. Okay. I'm not joking. Like, now is the time. If you've been waiting to get into EVE Online, if you've been waiting to get back into EVE Online, if you've been looking for something in EVE Online that's a little bit deeper than just the sandbox experience that a lot of people like to sell on, now is the time to download and get ready for tomorrow. So today, I have all the expansion notes. We have the Pulse. We have the dev talk. We're going to go over everything that we can possibly talk about to figure out how to be best prepared for tomorrow. My asteroid was just depleted. It's fine. That's what today is. So buckle up and we will be getting into that. It is legitimately, in my opinion, and this is a big thing for me, like, EVE Online is this incredible game, right? It's this incredible sandbox for us to be able to live in this single shard and participate in this unfolding live sci-fi story that a lot of it does focus on what the players do, the empires, the great empires that they've built. There's books that have been written about it. There's untold amount of articles, Guinness Book of World Records that have been broken time and time again by EVE Online because of their player base. But, you know, it is true that EVE has been kind of both obtuse and lacking for a lot of people, right? Like, it's a very complicated game. There's a lot to it. It's spooky. And then likewise, yes, the sandbox nature of it, the big player empires, the nullsec stuff is great. But if you are looking for other avenues to engage with this universe that is beautiful and complex, a lot of times people have been finding it lacking, like in the lore, like in integration with the lore, feeling like you're part of this universe, and objectives that aren't just being made by players, but is part of this, like, draws you deeper and deeper into the game, its mechanics, its story, etc., etc. And if that's the kind of feelings that you've been having, let me tell you, Cradle of War is the expansion for you. We are getting achievements. We're getting new history-based stories that we can live through. We're getting new empire-based objectives where we can either help, or well, we can theoretically, you know, we can help the empires gain their objectives and get special bonuses and achievements and titles from all of that. All that stuff is coming tomorrow. Very, very excited. We're going to jump into it today. How's it going, guys? I am super excited about this week. So what we're going to do today is we're going to start by covering the Pulse 07 Thrands. I am also mining out in HiSec. We're just providing some, you know, simple boosts and compression for some members. So I will be fiddling with that as well. Although I don't. Yep, it's muted right now, so you can't even hear it. Ha ha ha. Just give me 1 second. Okay. So this is the expansion notes, but what I want to do is they actually just came out with a new Pulse, and the new Pulse has a pretty good overview of stuff. So we're going to start there because that's kind of the most broadest overview. And so, like, if you're just here to check out what's going on tomorrow, etc., then by all means stay for we're going to do that first. Then we're going to go through the whole patch notes and the developer. What is it called now? Not developer panel. It's the director's chat. That's what it is. It's all the main people that make decisions in EVE Online talking about stuff. So that's the order that we're going to do stuff in. Also, they did happen to drop the monthly economic report today. So we'll probably, if depending on how we feel, we will get into that too. I have made myself a second cup of coffee just in case today, because And remember, guys, we do want to pace ourselves a little bit because tomorrow is going to be the actual release of Cradle of War, where I'll be checking out the new player experience in Manifest. Hopefully, my son will be able to be here and check it out as well. And then, of course, I'm very, very, very interested in the Epic Arc. But that's all tomorrow. Yeah, so let's jump into the Pulse video. There should be links to all of these things down below. Let me know if for some reason I missed one, but this one should be there. Pulse is, of course, their regular update from their community team.
GT Independence, EVE FanFest, and more. Coming to you from the heart of the new Air Trade Center in Manifest, this is The Pulse.
Sorry, trying to get the level right. That should be right. That should be good.
EVE Online's new Cradle of War expansion was announced on stage at FanFest and will be coming on the 9th of June. Military campaigns call upon hackers, builders, traders, and soldiers to turn the tide and contribute to their empire's campaign from beyond the front lines.
One of the things I find very interesting about this entire expansion, and it is reflected right there in that moment. Oh yeah, this is a reaction video. I don't just play this stuff, so if you want to go watch the video, just go watch the video. But the thing I really find fascinating about the way that he just introduced it is that, remember, like, so a couple things. One, historically, EVE Online has been very killer focused, right? Like the ability for people to wage wars against each other, that is like the flashy, shiny one. And in particular, there is this ongoing confusion when it comes to things like military campaigns that it is just faction warfare. And of course, faction warfare is a set of mechanics that are explicitly kind of PvP oriented, you know, territory control stuff. And one of the big things about military campaigns is it is a broader context, and it basically expands our idea of what it means to work for the empires, like a certain faction. It does include faction warfare, but that just becomes a way of participating and contributing to your empire's goals. And so what I find interesting about the list that he just said is that he puts soldiers last. They are explicitly trying to get you to think about this as for the utility functions of, or the auxiliary functions, I should say, of war, right? Hacking, mining, industry capabilities, etc., etc. Just listen.
On the 9th of June. Military campaigns call upon hackers, builders, traders, and soldiers to turn the tide and contribute to their empire's campaign from beyond the front lines, leaving a lasting impact on New Eden, with success or failure resting entirely in the hands of capsuleers.
I'm very interested to see where this all goes. And I know that there's a lot of predictions about it. I have my own predictions. This idea of success or failure. It is true that basically none of the four have, like, there doesn't seem to be an active way of disrupting the efforts, other than attempting in whatever ways that we can to prevent goals from being accomplished by players. You know, it can be basically the only way it fails is by apathy or like lack of trying, or so much disruption that you literally can't get it done, which would be very, very hard to do for a lot of these things. Doesn't feel like the intent of the system is one wins and one loses. Oh, no. They are absolutely, they're four independent ones, right? All four of them can succeed. All four of them can fail. The only one that really feels like there is even a direct tie to failure is the Caldari one. The Caldari failure is objectively better for the Galente. In all of the other cases, it's just whether or not that empire gets an advantage or not, right? I mean, arguably, anybody who wants prismatocytes in high-sec would want the Mimitar one to succeed. It's not like, oh, the Amar now get prismatocyte if the Mimitar fail. The only one that really has a tactical, tangible benefit would be if the Caldari fail. Now, that said, especially with the idea that this is kind of a seasonal track and everything, like the idea of community goals failing is something that most games, like a lot of games that have these kind of community goal structures, it's very clear that they're kind of designed for you to complete them, right? Like, I don't know if I've ever heard of like No Man's Sky or Phasmo or any of those sorts of games that have like a community goal aspect to an event or something in which it's not basically a foregone conclusion that it is completed. So, but this has the 4 different goals. It's going to be interesting to think about because with most game companies, when they put in stuff like this, it's just to be a pat on the back. It's a thing for you guys to do together. It's designed to be successful. You know, it'd be almost weird for the community to fail in a lot of these projects. But that's not quite how EVE Online works, and it's not how EVE's development team has historically like related to the EVE player base. And I personally feel that military campaigns are going to be good if they're actually hard. I think that if there isn't a point in which we're like, oh shit, this one might not succeed, or even better yet, oh no, this one failed. If we don't get to that point, I don't know if CCP or FC is trying hard enough. I think that the best case scenario, honestly, for the broader scheme of things, is for at least one of the projects to fail. Now, why it fails, there's going to be plenty of people that complain about it. The idea that like, oh, it's all scripted won't go away because of that. They might, whichever one fails, there's going to be complaints that the thumbs were on the scale for one reason or another. You know, oh, we had the least amount of territory to do our stuff in, blah, 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 blah. And we'll see some of that. We'll talk a little bit about that later on in the Pulse when we get to some of the stats from the event. But my point is that I think that a lot of people assume that this is going to be very straightforward. And I'm going to warn people, if FC is still the FC of old, it may not be quite as straightforward as we think. And hopefully this becomes an opportunity for FC to truly challenge the community's capacity to do something and punish us if we fail to do so. But we'll have to see.
Military campaigns, factional warfare, and pirate insurgency progress will now be incorporated into the new Theatres of War dashboard. Fresh factional warfare complexes will also pop up in the war zones, including sites designed for Tech 3 destroyers, battle cruisers, interceptors, and also solo frigates. Certain high-sec systems adjacent to the war zone, called bulwark systems, will contain mining and hacking sites for the duration of the current military campaigns.
So that is an interesting piece to this. And they show this off, I think, in the expansion notes too. This was a detail that I think got left out in the initial announcements. We have a bunch of new sites, and I was kind of like, wow, there is like a lot of new weird sites of different kinds. It almost feels like they're just throwing spaghetti at the wall. But the realization that actually these sites are temporary. These are the things like the bulwarks, maybe even some of these new plexes that we're going to be fighting in. Those are actually temporary. They're only going to be for this season, so this expansion. And the next expansion, they can either choose to change it up. They can, use the site somewhere else. They can put in new sites. This shows me 2 things. One, I love the fact that this really does make it so that like something that I've really been asking for a long time, which is that like there's just a lot of different kinds of sites being added, like 6 or 7 different things being done. And the fact that they're temporary kind of shows me that they're getting better at authoring these sites. They're getting used to the idea that like we can put out 7 or 8 of them, and it's not so much effort that like if we can't figure out a way to make them evergreen, it's almost not even worth doing it. And also it means that they can be a lot more experimental about them because they don't need to justify their continued existence. And I've talked about this a lot of times when it comes to like, I've wanted like maybe certain weekends in which a different abyssal weather than normal is like they can experiment with limited time functionality and whatnot to allow them to be more aggressive and more experimentational. And I think that you can see this in this seasonal approach for content. So now they're just preparing themselves to make a set of new content for each military campaign, for each expansion, whatever you want to call it. And that's pretty cool. We'll see how well it plays out over time. They've tried to do kind of cool things like this in the past, and they've stumbled on their own ability to keep up with things like quadrants and stuff. But it is kind of an exciting idea of how they are structuring these things, but it does make it so that these are possibly... The other thing about this is it's that good happy point between like an event which only lasts for a month and like evergreen content that's forever. The problem with evergreen content that's forever is that everything kind of goes to this stage cycle of like, oh, it's out and it's new and it's mysterious and it's spooky, and then oh, it's figured out, and then oh, it's optimized, and then basically like it's botted effectively, right? Like it can get optimized so much that it's brain dead and you're almost silly for being experimentational with it. Like all content out there eventually rots effectively. And so events are really good at giving you a thing, and then by the time the community has fully mastered it, the event's gone, the sites are gone. So this actually, I think, offers a really cool opportunity for like the meta to have enough time to play out, especially in the new faction warfare plexes, right? It gives you enough time to really start to think about how to master fighting in those special sites just in time for things to possibly change up again. And you know what? I hope this is cool. This sounds on the paper cool. We're obviously going to have to see how the next 6 months play out, but that's where we're going with this.
New titles and achievements will allow you to display the highlights and lowlights of your Capsuleer journey for all to see.
So I would be very remiss if I don't suddenly become super into achievements. It's funny because like I actually haven't always been hyper into achievements. I guess I was a little bit in a while, but it's one of those things that I've become a low-key defender, because this is my point, is that like there's been these fundamental missing pieces in the mechanics of EVE, and having achievements as a checklist of things to challenge you to do different stuff is just a good thing in a sandbox like this. But because EVE Online is old, it came from a time before that kind of stuff. And so when those kind of advancements in game design were coming out, EVE players saw that as other games, right? Oh, go back to WoW. That's like WoW, or that's like other games. We don't need those sorts of things. And, you know, killers have a tendency to suppress achievers. And I've complained many, many times that EVE doesn't support achievers enough in the game. They've gotten a lot better at it. This is a huge step in that direction. And so to that end, there's going to be a big part of my stream that's going to become Ash goes out and tries to get as many achievements as he possibly can for the foreseeable future. Like, it's going to be really fun. I'm very excited at the idea of, like, with all my knowledge, all of my skills, all of my ISK, what can I do to get as many achievements as possible while on stream, so that way you can watch me work through different problems, solve different stuff, figure out what to do, experiment with different mechanics, etc., etc. I'm very pumped for this. I hope you guys are too. Subscribe to the channel, yada, yada, yada.
Completing achievements unlocks titles that tell the universe what you're about, while military campaigns also reward titles that commemorate the role you play in New Eden's evolving conflicts.
I will say, just spoiler alert, we talked about in the members meeting yesterday, the Convocation of Empyreans and the Invited, my groups, are going to be actively participating in advancing the efforts of the Amar, the Mimitar, and the Galente, with a side note of attempting to figure out ways of disrupting the Caldari. I think I don't need to explain why. Anybody who knows me well enough would know why those choices are being made. So, you know, by all means, we're going to be, you know, the Convocation of Empyreans is going to be helping maximize people's ability to engage with that stuff. I know Malak is already preparing a mining fleet on Wednesday. We've got other stuff going on. Make sure to jump into the Discord if you haven't already. And if you want to get involved, we are here to maximize player engagement with EVE Online, and we are recruiting.
Also coming with the Cradle of War expansion will be a new, dedicated starter space. New Capsuleers will master the basics of EVE among a community of fellow rookies, beginning their journey in a 53-system region called Exordium, the first non-PvP space in EVE. Rookies can sharpen their skills with limited risk and reward in this region, which contains new starter and career agent systems, shipcasters to each Empire's factional warfare areas, and the impressive new Air Laboratories Trade Center in the system of Manifest. Capsuleers trained in starter space will present excellent recruitment opportunities for established corps and alliances.
One thing I do want to point out, because I bet it's not in the patch notes, but I did see something on Hobo Leaks when I was going through stuff. There is something that's worth noting. Let me see if I have it here. Hold on. Yes. So it does look like they are coming out with an Exordium filament, right? Once activated, the Exordium filament instantly transports Capsuleers from high security space to a system in the Exordium region. This filament can only be activated by Capsuleers under 35 days old and with 2 million or fewer skill points. Ares issued this filament to celebrate the opening of Exordium, a region dedicated to new pilots. With Concord protection and air guidance, Capsuleers in Exordium can learn their skills they need to face the threats of wider New Eden and earn the rewards they offer. So there will be, I assume, now obviously I don't know whether or not this is going to be a login reward or something for like, I don't know how these get to people, but my assumption is that this is for the people that have like started this week or last week or whatever, and so they're like part of the way through the campaign, or they're just wherever starter school they were at or whatever. They're brand new. Exordium's now open, but they couldn't start there 2 days ago, but they can start. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be daily login though, because remember, like, this is only for new players. So I'm keeping my idea wide open. There could be just like a redemption thing that's only for people that qualify for it, because it'd be kind of weird to give every single person it as a daily login reward. But the point of the matter is that it does look like they have put in their head the idea of like, oh, here's a thing that lets you just come to the new player area wherever you happen to have started originally. That's pretty cool. It is interesting to note where it's like, I do question whether or not this is going to be a way to get more career agents done. You know, but because career agents are really good for faction standings. But of course, the problem with that is that that's still like old mentality, right? There's going to be new ways of getting faction standings now. So this idea of like trying to maximize your faction standings by doing all the career agents might be a little bit outdated, like strategy starting tomorrow. So, yeah.
A new epic arc called Visions of Greatness lets Capsuleers experience pivotal battles that defined the Gallente, Caldari, Minmatar, and Damar through hyper-real simulations.
I really hope that this epic arc lets you experience all 4 of them. I assume it will, but yeah, the fact that it sounds like it's one sounds like it's an epic arc that lets you go through all 4, and that's cool.
These are visions of history, officially sanctioned by the Empires, but you may experience a slightly less than neutral perspective during the simulations.
So that's the fun one, and that's why we're going to go through the SOE or this epic arc, because like they basically have hinted pretty strongly that they're going to lie, right? This is going to be propaganda. So it's going to be fun to see what we know about the situation or the history of these things versus what the Empire's official narrative of these stories are. But more importantly, I love the idea of epic arcs that show history. I've talked about it many times. And by the way, I've talked about anything that I touch on today. I'm sure I've dug in deeper in the last few weeks. You can always go check out all of my live videos from the past, and the edited videos and stuff. And, you know, they're all there. There's plenty of deep dives, lots of juicy morsels of stuff to check out.
The expansion also introduces new ships to EVE, 4 Navy destroyers and 4 command carriers. With war escalating across New Eden, every empire is looking for a tactical edge. The Algos Navy, Dragoon Navy, Korax Navy, and Talwar Fleet issue represent fast, affordable, and effective hulls that can flex their qualities across PvE, PvP, and factional warfare.
I actually decided to keep my gold token for myself, just for, you know, posterity, collection, whatever. I decided that long-term, you know, as of tomorrow, getting a faction destroyer is going to be kind of whatever, but having that gold token is the collector's item. So I decided to keep my collector's item. So I haven't actually gotten to play with any of the new destroyers yet. So I'm asking you in the comments below, in chat, let me know, have you guys experienced the new destroyers? What do you guys think? Which ones are exciting? Is the Dragoon Navy issue as exciting as I think it is? Also, I've never done a Mar faction warfare ever before. Of all of the things I've done, I've never done a Mar faction warfare. I wonder why I might be thinking about that.
These Navy destroyers are quick to train into, great for newer Capsuleers, and the blueprints are available through Factional Warfare LP stores. Command carriers are brand new Tech 2 capital scale command platforms specializing in utility over raw damage. They empower the fleet as the most important vessel on grid, designed to act as flagships for the most consequential fights in EVE, projecting powerful fleet support in large-scale engagements.
So, most important ship on the field is Acclaim. Also should have been Faxes. Also said plenty about command carriers. It does make me think about, like, them talking about this does make me think about it as like compared to a damnation in like a normal fleet or whatever. Like it's going to be a linchpin of the fleet, even if there are bigger ships involved, even if it's a huge fleet. I am curious to see how much or what place these ships find in bigger fleets. But again, it's one of those things that we're going to have to see in the long run.
The Salvation, Ymir, Gaia, and Simorgh can each fit up to 3 command burst modules and bring the strongest boosts available in EVE.
I don't like that phrasing. They can fit up to 3 command bursts natively. You can obviously fit more if you put command processors on. Just throwing it out there.
Following feedback from the community, these command carriers have already received a balance update, including some slot layout changes. The Jita system, home to the Jita...
Yeah, so they did. I do appreciate the fact that they pointed out that there was some changes to the carriers. I know I was very suspicious about what we saw on Singularity, but this seems to confirm what we saw there, at least in part. I'm sure that there's more information in the expansion notes.
The 4-4 Trade Hub has changed ownership from the Caldari State to the Concord Assembly. The result of weeks of negotiation, facilitated by Evermore's Alexander Ducasse, Concord's new oversight of Jita aims to create an open door to free trade, although a strong Caldari presence remains, including retaining control of Jita 4-4 itself. Ducasse's Evermore will act as a secondary partner to Concord in managing the system, and the other empires have established trade embassies in Jita despite recent military hostilities. Clone-based services have also been added to the Jita 4-4 station, and those who find themselves aligned with groups otherwise hostile to the Caldari will have more freedoms in Jita.
Okay, couple things. First of all, you just said, yeah, true, I was about to spend 500 million on dog tags for standings, but I guess I'll wait. Are you talking about security status? Because there are no dog tags that let you get... Well, no, oh, I see. Yeah, never mind. You're talking about data center dog tags. Yeah, I don't recommend buying if you go to the data center dog tags, you can see that some of the dog tags are really cheap, some of the dog tags are very expensive, and those don't seem to actually be related to how much standings you get to them, because it's more related to how rare those specific dog tags are. So if you look at the different dog tags and figure out which ones are reasonable for you to buy, you can usually get a big step in the right direction without having to spend the big bucks. Also, remember, we've got Glamourix boosters, they expire, I think, tomorrow. So today you can get Glamourix boosters. You might have one in your redemption window, so that'll help out too. Just remember that, tomorrow there'll be new opportunities for stuff. If you use a Glamourix today, though, it will still be running tomorrow. That's why I did my SOE Epic Arc last night. I do want to talk a little bit about this Jita 4-4 thing real quick, because I feel like there's a piece of this that a lot of people didn't understand. And, there's a lot of, I've seen people in the Caldari that are upset that they lost Jita. I will say that this is one of those things that definitely came game design first, and it was actually something that was requested by players, absolutely. And so this is one of those things that's it may or may not make sense. The developers are trying to massage it in and make it interesting, and there is an interesting story kind of coming out of this, but just realize that there's a very practical reason why things ended up the way that they are when it comes to Jita 4-4. So you have 2 things going on. One, you have pirate groups, or other groups that are against the Caldaris, specifically the Guristas and the Gallente, that are unwelcome in Jita. And then also you have the fact that Jita 4-4 station itself is owned by the Caldari Navy, and that has been true and a fact about the game forever. So the thing is that it was highly requested by the community through the CSM to make it so that Jita, the system of Jita itself, was no longer owned by the Caldari, so that way they no longer had a problem with faction warfare groups and other things, whoever happens to be hostile to Caldari. It doesn't affect your ability to be in Jita itself. Now, a lot of people have pointed out that this doesn't really matter, because as soon as you leave Jita, you still have to travel through Caldari space in order to get somewhere else. But they're missing the fundamentals of where this complaint comes from. This comes from people that run community fleets and other stuff like that, right? So the idea is that, okay, we're all going to meet up in Jita 4-4, and then I have a filament, right? I have a filament to go to Ponchfin, or I have a filament to go to Nullsec in some way, or, you know, whatever. And we're going to use this filament to get out of here. Well, we all need to just sit. It used to be that you could just go activate the filament. We're all out before the Navy really shows up to bother you too much. But now that the filaments require you to sit there and wait for a little while they cook with everybody there, it has basically made it so that pilots that support the Guristas or the Gallente just can't participate in those fleets, or the FCs have to figure out some other way to get them involved or get them at the place. So having a neutral spot, like you can just pod your way to Jedha, pick up the ship that you need to in Jedha, and then filament your way out. That is kind of the thing that everybody was asking for. We're not asking for a safe corridor into and out of Jedha. We're asking for the ability to be undocked in Jedha while at war with the Caldari without it being this giant pain in the ass for the players that are involved. So that's why it happened this way. And then the other problem is that people have put in a lot of work to get their Caldari Navy standings up, right? Because, you know, they want to have good taxes in Jedha. So you grind your Caldari Navy standings. If they change the ownership of Jedha, then they would change the dynamics of taxes and therefore undermine a bunch of that work. And remember, these are a lot of times people do this on characters that can't actually fight. They're just Jedha alt traders. So they'll spend some time like with their own character, like in a fleet, or they'll pay somebody to do missions with their trade alt in the fleet in order to get that standings. And now they have the standings. And if CC or if FC just changed it, then that would just undo all that work and make them have to do it again. Now, it is worth noting that they have stressed that that ownership is still in question and will be reviewed over the course of the next 6 months. And I believe that in the actual video with the developer ladder or somewhere recently, they have very much hinted that the story of Jedha is not over. So for now, this is the way it is. Jedha itself is owned by Concord, which means it is not involved in any of the wars in faction warfare. That's you also have all the different stations now in that system. But at the same time, the station itself is still unchanged. So that way, all of the taxes, all of the other, you know, considerations when it comes to the actual station itself remains the same. And that's where we're at right now, but not necessarily forever. So keep your ear to the ground or whatever.
FanFest 2026 has come to a close, and beyond Cradle of War, there was plenty more to take in across the weekend. The EVE Vanguard keynote announced Operation Avalon, the first alpha playtest for the game, launching on the 7th of July. Operation Avalon will...
So we've got 1 month of doing as many achievements as we can before we jump into Vanguard.
Introduce rebuilt combat, new enemies, an expanded arsenal.
In the dev chat, it seemed to me like they muted something Okami said about Jedha's future. I cannot wait.
And a deeper risk and extraction loop. Military campaigns will also be coming to EVE Vanguard in the near future.
He does say near future. They did kind of pull back. They originally said that the summer Vanguard playtest was going to participate in the military campaign. It seems that they've pulled that back. So now the winter fall Vanguard playtest will play into the military campaign as of now. But this Vanguard playtest is going to be more about just Avalon and be more separate from the going-ons in EVE itself. Less of a connection, direct connection, probably some, because every single Vanguard playtest has had some connections. But they have said that they're going to wait till the next military campaign or the next Vanguard playtest to actually have that direct integration between military campaigns and Vanguard.
One of the more unique highlights of the event was the Capsulier Etta, the epic poem of New Eden's virtual world given physical form. Blending medieval tradition and modern storytelling, Capsuliers attending FanFest donated a drop of blood to be infused with ink, binding their very essence to the poem as it is committed to vellum. The first ever Creator Awards were also held at...
Very cool. I did talk about the edit before. It's a very traditional thing. If it creeps you out, don't worry about it. You don't have to worry about it.
FanFest this year, recognizing community contributors across a range of categories. Check out the description below for a link to the full list of winners.
The one thing I learned from the Creator Awards more than anything, and from FanFest more than anything, you know, I've been sort of paying attention to Warlock Industries. I've been seeing that he's a creator out there making stuff, doing some good nullsec stuff. He's been making some very impressive videos. I have become a fan of Warlock Industries, just both as a person and as a content creator throughout the course of FanFest. That's what I can say about that.
Capsuleer Day 23 Warpath wrapped up last week, with the Empires warring even in HiSec. Warpath Defense Complex, Defense Grid, War Grid, and Capital Mayday sites saw combat and capital support spill over from low-sec into high-sec, and Warpath Strategic Infiltration and Intelligent Caches had Capsuleers hacking into Empire intel across space. In an effort to secure a military advantage, all four empires fast-tracked the availability of their new Navy destroyer blueprints and made them available early to loyal Capsuleers who completed the extended seasonal reward track for the final week of the event. Here are some stats from Capsuleer Day 23, and for a chance to win the Pulse skin you'll see on the Algos Navy issue in the following clips, comment the word Pulse and your character name in the comments below. Good luck.
I'm going to post, I know it should be in the comments down below or whatever, but I'm also going to post this in chat just in case you want to open it up really quick while you're thinking about it and type in Pulse and then your character name for your chance to win. Okay, so we have Warpath War Grid. So this is the originally only low sec, but then came to high sec in the last week, battleship-sized site. And we can see that there's significantly more in a Mars space than everywhere else. If I had to guess, I would assume that that's because there's more Amar low-sec that's outside of faction warfare space than anywhere else. It's just there's more sites, there's more systems that qualify, therefore there's more sites, and we're going to see that a lot with these stats. Otherwise, it looks pretty normal. So the defense grid, we can see that there's a reduced Minmatar one and a much higher Amar one over the Gallente and Caldari. Again, there are more systems in the Amar, so there's just going to be more sites available, more sites being run. But you'll also see this in the in a couple of these stats. Remember that the Minmatar sites were broken for the first few days. So I would expect that that's a big reason why some of these stats are the way they are. Interestingly enough, it gets even more interesting when we get to the hacking side. But I imagine that that's why the Minmatar site one is a little bit suppressed. It's also, I think Minmatar is the smallest high sec territory, right? So Defense Complex, this is the frigate site, and this one is extremely clear that you can see the Minmatar was suppressed because the Minmatar was the site didn't work at first. There's a lot of min-mill activity during the event. Yeah, I imagine a lot of the Minmatar probably has less faction warfare low sec than a lot of people, but again, so the Defense Complex was also just basically completely broken the first few days for the Minmatar, and you can see that kind of reflected in their lower numbers here. The Amar, of course, having the most territory, has the highest number, but I think that this is the big critical key here is look at that Caldari one. Now, remember, this is the lowest tier site, so if we go up to the harder tier sites, we can see that the Caldari does do a little bit more than the Gallente, but still noticeably less than the Amar for the cruiser site. And the battleship site, basically there's almost no difference between Caldari and Gallente. That has to be in low sec, and it has to be with better battle cruisers and battleships in order to work. So the Caldari overperform dramatically, especially when it has to do, the more newbie friendly it is, the more Caldari it is. And that makes sense. A lot of new players go into Caldari, a lot of PvEers do Caldari. It is where Jita is, so you can see that when it comes to the lowest barrier to entry content, there is this absolute overperformance of Caldari. It is still the Gallente also did really well. Minmatar did incredibly poorly, largely because of the fact that they tripped out the gate, which is important because that not only meant that there was a few days that didn't get counted, but what it also meant was that as all of the strategies were being developed, as all of the ideas of what it is to fly, as all of the content creators were putting out stuff about how to do the event, the Mimitar sites were broken, and so they weren't covering those. They were covering the other ones. I know I did. And so if you just like started thinking about, it didn't matter when you did throughout the event. If you just went to go look to see what people were doing, there was less people recommending Mimitar stuff than anyone else. So this is where things get interesting to me, because these numbers are completely inverted from what we've seen up until this point, right? So if everything that I said made sense, you would expect more Amarr than anyone else. There's more Amarr space. There's more people out there doing Amarr exploration. There's newer players are out there doing stuff. Maybe we'd see more of the Caldari than the Gallente. But we see the opposite. Mimitar have the highest score, with Amarr the lowest score, with Gallente higher than the Caldari. It is exactly the opposite. And I think the only thing I can think of when it comes to this is that because the Mimitar, the people that wanted to do event stuff in Mimitar space just learned that they had to do the hacking site instead of the combat site, right? The combat sites were broken. And so people that wanted to do the event sites in HiSec, in Mimitar HiSec especially, tended to do the hacking instead of the combat. That's the only guess that I have. I'd like to know if anybody else had any ideas. Had to do higher risk sites in such populated space, so it makes sense. Well, this is the lower tier site, the intelligence cache. This is the one that was in HiSec the whole time. But yeah, you're right. When it comes to like the battleship site and stuff, obviously you're going to get people that don't want to be in Caldari space anymore because they don't want to be harassed for it. That's true. And then, so these are the strategic infiltration, which are much harder, and also for the first little bit of time. Oh yeah, that's right. They were in null. Wait. If they were in null, hold on. Shit, I never thought about this during the event. Wait. So if the intelligence caches were in null, what determined which empire it was? I guess it would be the pirate of the thing, right? So like if you're nullsec pocket, like Cloud Ring has Serpentis as rats, right? I think. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong. So that means that it would be Gallente, which means that the site would have Caldari stuff, depending on which one it is. You saw everything? Okay, well then maybe the null stuff would just be a random mix of them, so it would be noise. Okay, so it's different each time. Okay, so then we can count the nullsec sites as almost noise to that factor, or to those stats, and so not really that irrelevant. That said, okay, so the infiltration, this is more in low sec, this is more challenging, and you also do see a broader spread of this, which implies to me the infiltration is the one that's also in nullsec, right? Because if that's true, it makes sense why they're kind of much more even, because a lot of people that are doing them, they're just going wherever they can find them. But also if they're doing them in nullsec and the nullsec are random, then it would just make sure that it makes sense that like the vast majority of the ones that are being done were effectively randomly chosen each time. Wadlands is, I would consider Wadlands Mimitar space, because it's Thucker. That said, I don't know if FC were that detailed.
The 7th edition of the community-run 7v7 PvP tournament, the Anger Games, finished at the end of April after 3 action-packed weekends. This year, the tournament saw significant growth, with nearly 50 teams battling through almost 200 matches broadcast across multiple streams. The thrilling final pitted Alpha on TQ against No Numbers, with No Numbers ultimately taking the championship. The prize pool was generously supported by the community, featuring previous Alliance tournament prize ships and skins. For the first time, unique skinner patterns and colors were included, giving winning teams the chance to design their own as part of the prizes. The sale on Mastery Packs in the EVE store ends on the 8th of June.
I love that he said how he said that, because this tells me that this video is supposed to come out on Friday. Like, absolutely was designed when they scripted this video, when they recorded it, they did want this to come out last week, because the idea that he's saying that the pack is up, because that means, hold on just real quick, I just want to double check. Speaking of which, remember, get your 15,000 skill points if you haven't. No, okay, so today is the last day of the sale. So today is the last day of the Mastery Pack sale. It's gone tomorrow.
With the Cradle of War expansion going live on the 9th of June, there will be more great offers to be had, so keep an eye on the EVE store. That's all for this episode of The Pulse. Thank you for joining us. Remember...
All right. Cool. Thank you. And make sure to like the video and all that stuff, including this stream. You know, not just the heart, but also the thumbs up. Really, really helps. Okay, so let's jump into the actual expansion notes themselves, right? We go over the expansion notes and then the director letter, I assume. So let's go ahead and jump into it. Greetings, expansion enjoyers. The Cradle of War expansion is arriving next week on Tuesday, so that's tomorrow. We are delivering this patch notes early so you can absorb everything that's coming. We invite you to join the player discussion about the content in the Discord and the forums. Clearly, the only discussion on the EVE forums and on the Discord and on the Reddit all weekend was about the expansion. As everybody knows, that's all anybody was talking about. The previously introduced 53 systems and their associated region of Exordium is now operational as New Eden's new starter region, and construction of the Manifest Air Laboratory Trade Center has been completed. A newly created Capsuleer will now begin their journey in this starter region, where they will have access to introductory missions, career agents, exploration opportunities, and cooperative activities designed to introduce EVE's core gameplay systems. Players can continue their progress. What is my creator code? I do not have one. Cooperative activities designed to introduce EVE's core gameplay systems. Players can continue their progress within Exordium or opt out to venture into the wider cluster through the Stargate connecting the Exordium hub system to Manifest within ULI. As a reminder, EVE systems within Exordium has a dedicated 1.0 security class designated to prevent all forms of PvP. So yeah, you can... So you start out there. There are one-time use shipcasters that lead to your military headquarters, and then Manifest leads directly out to ULI. Within Exordium, safety settings are permanently locked to green. War declarations and factional warfare combats are disabled. Duels cannot be initiated. Kill rights cannot be activated. Characters with combat flags such as suspect, criminal, limited engagement cannot jump into Exordium or undock within the region until their timer expires. Players cannot freely attack other Capsuleers. Upwell structures cannot be deployed. Deployables and anchor containers cannot be placed. Except exclamation. I mean, I probably would too. Actually, I use them for giveaways, so there you go. One thing to note about this, just in case, so this is a PvP-friendly zone. There are restrictions to it, which I think they go into, but there is something I do want to point out that isn't explicitly said here, but is true, which, because of the fact that nobody can change their safety away from green, it means that no one can steal from anybody. You can, theft from a person's can or like a wreck for a mission requires you to go suspect. You cannot go suspect in Exordium. Therefore, people cannot steal from other people's missions while in Exordium. Starter space economic balancing. Exordium is intended to be a starter environment for new Capsuleers. Economic activities within the region has been reduced payouts compared to standard high-sec space. ISK, LP, and NPC bounties are reduced by 20%. 5% market fees added to non-instant orders. Industry installation fees increased by 5% for manufacturing, material, and time efficiency research and invention. Ores found within Exordium are now of grade 0 with lower mineral yield than the standard variants, which, from my understanding, is like 50%. Like, I didn't realize... I thought that grade 0 would just be like 10% less than normal. I think it's like half. So no MTUs to steal. Well, you can put out an MTU, but it would only pull and take from Rex that you have rights to. It wouldn't do it to yellow Rex, and no one can shoot your MTU because that would also make them go suspect. Actually, I don't even know. No, because you can't deploy MTUs. No MTUs at all in Exordium. Thanks, Brave. Yeah, 50% for grade 0. That's not a lot. Exploration sites within Exordium contain distinct loot tables with lower value loot and items optimized for new players. Homefront operations within Exordium have reduced difficulty as well as reduced rewards. So Exordium is actually going to be a really good place to, like, if they just say, oh, you need to do missions or you need to do home fronts. You know, if you just need to complete it, you don't really care about the rewards of the actual tasks themselves. Going to Exordium just to knock out your level 1 or level 2 missions or whatever might make a lot of sense. Agents, missions, and content within Exordium. Exordium includes a broad range of Empire-aligned agents designed to introduce new players to mission running, mining, security, gameplay, and faction identity. So there's level 1 and 2 security agents, level 1 and 2 mining agents. There are Sisters of Eve agents, and there are Paragon agents. Paragon agents are just for, like, turning in ships and stuff for Evermarks. You know, level 1 and level 2 agents are great for newer players to get a feel for things. You can do some basic grinding for standings, which is an interesting point. You know, when you have lower faction standings than 2.0 and then lower than 5.0, you start having problems in that Empire space. So Exordium might be a good place to go if you are going to just do the grind of level 1 missions in order to try to get your standings up. Again, this might be old-brained because you might just be able to do it better through participation in military campaigns. But given the fact that you're already going to have problems operating in that area of space, you won't be able to join the faction warfare. If you're below 5, you won't even be able to join a faction warfare corp. So there will be people that might need to just go to Exordium and grind level 1 missions in order to make good with an Empire. Shipcasters. The Empire Shipcaster Network within Exordium is now active. After completing their initial onboarding experience, new capsuleers can use the shipcasters located within the Empire's embassy constellations to travel directly to their chosen Empire's high-security space. These shipcasters provide faster path to New Eden and are intended to help players begin exploring the wider universe and connect them with their preferred faction. The shipcasters provide a one-time use, one-way travel from Exordium into Empire space. So once more, one-time use, one-way travel. Not even with the, like, maybe with that Exordium filament, you might be able to jump through a bunch of hoops to move like a single T1 hauler worth of stuff from one area of HiSec to another area of HiSec in order to get stuff from, you know, Dodixie to ammo. Ooh, yay, congratulations, you've beaten the game. But it's not that big of a deal, ultimately. But this is a nice way. Again, if you want to get into faction warfare in particular, even as a newer player, this becomes like your way out, right? Otherwise, going out through manifests is going to be the normal way. The 4 shipcasters are the state one that goes to Onamon, the Federation one that goes to Intaki, the Republic one that goes to Ammo, and the Imperial one that goes to Mehator. 4 new Stargate pairs have been constructed in order to improve connectivity for new players traveling out of Exordium towards key locations in and around HiSec. The new Stargate connections are Kasagainen to Pakshi, Kamerk to Bania, Rarert to Jakri, and Mehator to Ekes. Now, this does a lot of things. The biggest one that has been brought to my attention, I believe, I haven't quite done the math yet, but I'm pretty sure this means that the Angel Cartel can no longer completely cut off Amar from the rest of HiSec. You know, there was specific systems that through insurgencies, the Angels were able to make Corruption 5 systems that are key linking points between Amar and the rest of HiSec, and then if it becomes Corruption 5, that makes it effectively low-sec, and so then they can engage people freely there. And that was a fun way to kill people, and it really, really excited some of the Empire loyalists to make sure that the Angels never take those systems as much as they can. But I believe that this routes around that completely. Now, it's a big path of 0.5 systems. It's not safe by any means, but it does make that no longer a consideration, I don't think. It also, think it helps out me with a bunch of Edencom systems. We do have, thanks to Malak, some cool charts, which shows, okay, so this is this is one of the connections connecting Genesis, or basically cutting out this whole low-sec stuff, and more directly connecting these routes. And then the other one is here from Kamerk to Banya. So not extreme. These aren't like end of the world sort of links, but they do make things very, very much more convenient. It makes some things much more centralized. One of the interesting things is now there is a few things that make each trade hub interesting now. Like Jita is still Jita. It's Jita. The advantage to Jita is that it's Jita. The advantage to Amar is that here in a little bit, next expansion, we're going to get a tax holiday with lowered rates and a better trade in the better trade hub for 3 to 6 months, depending on whether or not they win. So that's kind of cool. The Mimitar, of course, are kind of unique in the fact that they have 2 lesser trade hubs in Heck and Rens. Dodixie has always been kind of this question as a secondary trade hub, but now Dodixie is both the closest trade hub to Manifest and also the closest trade hub to all other trade hubs. It is now arguably the most centrally located trade hub, so make Dodixie great again. I can go into Concord space while in Calmill now. You couldn't before? You should have been able to. Oh, you mean... You should have been able to go through Concord space before. Military campaigns. Military campaigns are a new type of time-limited content where capsuleers can come to the assistance of each of the 4 empires as they pursue their goals, which will have a lasting impact in New Eden. It's easier now. That's good. Each empire has its own campaigns, which will lead to... Oh, because you don't have to go through Galente space anymore. That's cool. Each empire has its own campaign, which will lead to different changes within the universe. Upon its success or failure, it's up to capsuleers to come together and help to choose an empire. We've gone through all of the details of these already before. Each campaign will have a total of 44 objectives that capsuleers can contribute to over time. Initially starting, only 2 of the objectives will be available, with the other 42 becoming available over time. For a campaign to be successful, they must complete at least 30 objectives. Or, to put it a different way, we must get the Caldari to fail at 15 objectives total. That's our goal. Okay. Your individual contribution to any given objective is... I'm sure everybody agrees with me on that. No one could possibly disagree with that position. And I'll mute you if you disagree. No, I'm just kidding. Your individual contribution to any given objective and overall progress are tracked separately. As an individual, every valid contribution will yield rewards that can be claimed directly in the campaign's dashboard. Hold on. These rewards include ISK, loyalty points, and standings gains. That's faction standings gains. That's a big deal, and that's kind of what I was referencing earlier. Faction standings is the best kind of standings. The LP gain will either be for your Empire's faction militia if it's a PvP objective, or the Empire's navy if it's a PvE objective. What did Gal get if the Cal lose a... so if the Caldari lose, then the Intaki Syndicate member corporations join the Galente, and the Intaki Syndicate LP store gets merged into the Galente LP store. The LP gain will either be your Empire's faction if it's a PvP objective, or yeah, we already read that. Additionally, the standings gains is always with the Empire itself and does not include derived standings. As we designed and balance this feature, our initial intention is that these objective rewards are not in the main purpose or motivation to participate, but rather an added bonus to encourage capsuleers to join together in helping their empire achieve these goals. They don't cover the 4 different things. So just to be really, really quick, the 4 different objectives, I like to compare them to the 4 objectives of like a traditional 4X game. The Galente have a science objective, and they're trying to research the rogue drones. If they succeed, they get a new rogue drone in their LP store, which is basically a new excavator drone with lower waste for ice and ore. So I guess 2 new drones, as well as a closer path between Dodixie and Intaki. If they lose, then Or get those drones instead for their LP store, and the connection is not quite as shortened for the Galente. For the Amar, They are doing the economic victory. So if they win, they get a brand new pretty trade hub and a 6-month tax haven in that trade hub. If they fail, then they get a partially new trade hub and 3 months of tax havens. The Minmatar is the cultural victory. If they win, they rename Starkmanir Prime from whatever system it is now. I can't remember off the top of my head. There's too many A names. They're renaming it to Starkmanir Prime, but also prismatocytes, which are those fractured sites that only spawn in low-sec and null-sec, will now also spawn in Minmatar high-sec, including, I assume, the new juicy prismatocyte ore, which is like the most valuable ore in the game at the moment. And then the Caldari one is the military victory. They're trying to make a tighter connection between BlackRise and Syndicate region, which will be very good for a lot of null groups that are trying to move around through that empire or through that area. Theoretically, it would also make the faction warfare empire space, or faction warfare space, more connected to areas in nullsec, which could be juicy, or nullsec and lowsec rather, and also, like I said, whoever win, if the Caldari win, then the Syndicate members, corporations join the Caldari state, and they get the LP, the Syndicate stuff in their LP store. If they lose, then the Gallente get it instead. So those are the 4 different military campaigns. You can participate in all 4 military campaigns. You can participate in all 4 military campaigns without joining faction warfare at all. But of course, you can only be in one faction warfare at a time. Let's keep going. Limited time campaign content. With the introduction of the first military campaign comes new campaign content that will persist through the duration of the Cradle of War expansion. This includes both new content for the existing faction warfare war zones, as well as new content which will... Oh shoot, hold on. All right, let's keep going. This includes both, as well as new content which will spawn in the newly designated high-sec bulwark systems. Bulwark systems are high-security systems that are not directly part of the war zone and cannot be captured or influenced. They represent strategically significant high-security systems that are neighboring or close to the war zone and include the faction's war headquarters and shipcaster. Additional content that is relevant to each faction's ambitions and military campaigns will appear here. Bulwark systems can be found on the world map, Faction Warfare filter, under Warzone status, and are visible on the Faction Warfare dashboard map. So basically, specific high-sec systems, presumably most high-sec systems that are adjacent to a war zone, or maybe even in the same constellation as systems that are in the war zone. If you open up the Faction Warfare map, like, for instance, these systems around here that are on the map but aren't in the war zone, those are likely good choices. Most of the systems that are on this map that are not in the war zone are likely probably going to be pretty good indicators of what's going to be the bulwark systems. But again, realize that the entire concept of bulwark systems is something that they've kind of set aside to exclusively be a Cradle of War thing. So whatever content here, they may keep it later on or whatever, but as of right now, this is a special designation that exists for the courses of the next 6 months or so. Limited time faction warfare complexes. These complexes will partially or completely take the place of similar existing zero-size complexes. Oh, wait, hold on. I didn't realize that these are replacing them. So the normal ones are going away? Interesting. They have slightly better rewards for their size and provide more victory points. In general, we are increasing the amount of victory points that can be earned per hour, especially in specific systems, by increasing the amount of static complexes and reducing the number of roaming ones. Those of you, like, victory points is one of those things that doesn't get talked about a lot. Basically, when you finish a site or do a thing for a faction warfare group, or like if you run a Plex, you gain loyalty points. That's what you think of as the reward for completing the site. But When you complete the site, you also generate victory points, and that goes into the system itself. So, you know how you have the contested value, how it goes up and down. Behind the scenes, there's a certain amount of victory points that are required to make the system go vulnerable. So as you offensively plex, you add victory points to the pool. When you defensive plex, you remove victory points from the pool. And when you hit the cap, then it becomes vulnerable. So what they're basically saying is that it will take less time, in theory, with constant grinding to flip a system or to put it into jeopardy of flipping systems, just because of the consistency of the sites. By having more static complexes, that means that that system will maintain a stable number of systems or sites to be run. With more of the sites being roaming, what ends up happening is you actually, like, you'll burn all of the sites that roam that are in that system. They'll respawn elsewhere and then just stay there because nobody are running sites in those systems. So you'd have to send people out to go run those sites to try to get them to respawn again in the system that you actually care about. By reducing the number of roaming sites, increasing the number of static sites, means that the system will, any given system that you're working on will have a more consistent stack of sites to run. Faction warfare complex sites for battle cruisers and smaller. So there's a moderate Navy 3, a 3-person complex, which spawns exclusively in Frontlines. So that's systems that are adjacent to other systems that are owned by the enemy empire, right? But whether high sec, low sec, null sec, or sorry, high sec or low sec, if you're a Caldari system and it's adjacent to a Galente system, it's a Frontline. It allows Navy battle cruisers and below to enter. This is the first moderate size complex. That makes me assume that this is not replacing another kind of site, because there's no other medium sites or moderate sites in the game. So like some of these are small or whatever. So I think that these are just new ones. A lot of people seem to think it's a permanent debt tax deduction. A lot of people don't watch my streams and therefore don't know what they're talking about. Like, comment, subscribe. So inside of the battlecruiser site, there's a unique effect, which gives you an improvement in the skill bonuses per level of all battlecruiser skills hulls by 20%. Oh, that's interesting. So that's an interesting way to do it. So what this is saying is, so the original pitch was that it increases your level by 1. But this is saying that it increases the skill bonuses per level of the battlecruiser hulls by 20%. So if you have your skill to 4, then it would only be 4.8. It'd be as if you're standing, your skill was at 4.8. If you're at 5, then it's as if your skill is at 6. I imagine that that's just how they had to manage it in the back end to make it work. It was easier to make it as a percentage bonus than just a flat add-on based on the stack. Calmill will ensure that we're the only ones who win. This will be fun. I look forward to this. It is a static complex, which means it doesn't move. It has a 15-minute capture timer and a 40-minute respawn timer. So once you complete it, it'll respawn every 40 minutes. I think most of the sites have a 30-minute respawn timer. It has a 35,000 LP base with 52,000 LP in the front line before suppression bonuses. So what that means is that up to 3 people get 35. I'm pretty sure that means up to 3 people get the full 35 million. And then if you have, say, 4 people, the 4 people will split all 105,000 LP, I assume. It may be 12,000. It actually I don't know. It may be 12,000 per person or so, with the 35,000 being the total that's for all 3 people, but I'm not 100% sure. And of course, 600 victory points, which is, as we said, how systems get captured. It'll be like the Shadow War event again. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's definitely some Shadow War stuff going on, for sure. The medium, I would like to remind people that the Galente actually did pretty good considering how far back they came from behind in the Shadow War. The medium Navy 3 and the medium Advanced 3 complexes will no longer be spawning. Oh, okay. So yeah, so wait. So the medium Navy 3 and the medium Advanced 3 complexes will no longer be spawning in frontline systems for the duration of this, that this complex is spawning. So there's no more... I assume that there's still Navy 1s that can spawn. So the group medium complexes, the ones for cruisers, are now going to be these battle cruiser ones, but only in front lines. In command operations, you'll still see normal mediums. So that's really interesting. That means that it looks like they're doing like a replacer, right? So if it tries to spawn a medium Navy 3 in a front line, it instead swaps it out for a moderate Navy 3. That's going to be important to keep in mind, I think, if that's how it actually works. That's going to be an important one to keep in mind going forward. It sounds probably right that it's 35,000 per person. I'm just throwing out there that it might be a third of that. It sounds right that it would be per person, though. All right, and then the faction warfare complex for T3 destroyers and smaller with wild effects. So, contested field research facility. There's now a 10-person complex which spawns exclusively in frontline systems. The site has a unique twist. Well, there'll be random effects applied to all players inside. There are 20 effects total, of which 3 will be applied. We did go through all the effects before. Some examples include, but are not limited to, are setting all players' lock ranges to 30 kilometers no matter what, polarizing their resistances. You can also find bonuses to specific turret types and increasing web ranges, but reducing web strength. It's pretty cool. I think that it basically, when the site spawns, it chooses the 3 attributes, and that impacts every single person that's in that site. So you can warp off, warp back, doesn't matter. You know, you and your enemy will all have the same bonuses. You won't know what you have until you get inside. But yeah, there are, like, it'll be like, oh, projectile damage does better, or, you know, drones do better, or whatever. Almost 400 unique combinations of random effects. And this is Tech 3 destroyers, mostly. The first elite tech restriction complex, all ships of this site, including Tech 3 cruisers, or Tech 3s can enter. So, you know, we have Navy, which is only T1 Empire Navy ships. We have Advanced, which is T1, T2. But with Advanced, T3 is always one size category higher. So, like, a small Advanced can have T1 and T2 destroyers, but a T3 destroyer needs to be in a medium, right? A medium Advanced. But with these Elite, it also includes T3 cruiser, or T3s. So T1, T2, and T3 destroyers can all go into this site, as well as T1 and T2 frigates. It is up to 10 people. And it allows... it is a roaming plex. So it does show up in front lines, but it is a roaming plex, so it's not going to be consistent in the site. That, I don't know if I've got some concerns about that one. It's a 10-minute capture timer, so it's pretty short. It has a 1-hour respawn time, and it does 30k LP base. So given that, I think it would be weird, given that it's a -10, that it would be 3k LP. So I'm pretty sure, yeah, that this is 30k LP is per person, up to 10 players. So a total of 300,000 LP up for grabs per site if all 10 slots are filled. And then if you have more than 10, then that 300,000 LP will be split amongst all of the participants, and it's worth 300 victory points. It replaces the small Navy 2 and small Advanced 2 plexes that are spawning in the front line system for the duration that this complex is spawning. So the fact that it is roaming makes me kind of squirrely, because anytime we have these special sites, you got to remember that, like, you're deciding what ship you want to bring to the field. Friends back watcher here. I made 50,000 intel hacking in Mimitar space. Place is simply empty AF. Well, you single-handedly boosted the Mimitar stats. That no, Mimitar space was a pretty good place to do stuff. It usually is. The thing that gets me here is, like, okay, so if I'm going to bring a T3 destroyer, like, I bring a destroyer because I know I can go into, like, the destroyers and some of the cruisers, and even like like the large sites I can usually hang in. But, you know, if I'm bringing a specialty piece of equipment, I need to know that I'm going to be able to run things consistently with it. So if the site is going to roam, take an hour to respawn, only show up in front lines, like, what does it mean by it roams and it only shows up in front lines? Does it mean that it'll show up in one of the other front lines? Or is this closer to what I was saying before, which is that the small Navy 2 and small Advanced 2 roams, and when it spawns in the front lines, it will be one of these things. So then if you run it, then it might spawn in the system next door as a small Navy 2, and then you run that one, and then it might respawn again in the front line as a T3 destroyer. My point is that my concern with this site is that there's not going to be enough to get people to really have on hand a T3 destroyer to come and do it. There's just not enough. Like, I want opportunities for T3s to be able to be used more in faction warfare. I understand why they're hard to balance out, but if you're going to have this kind of site, I feel like you're going to need to be able to figure out, okay, well, where's the next one? Like, I just finished this site. What do I now immediately have to put away this this T3 destroyer and pull out a different ship? Sure, you can do that. That is a part of faction warfare, but it makes it so that I'm just more likely to run it in like an assault frigate or a normal destroyer or something. Should think of it more as a battlefield, not something to consistently run. Well, yeah, but that's my point, is that if you're going to require people to have special equipment ready to go in that case, then it needs to be more consistent. As it is, I'm just going to run it in a normal destroyer for the most part, which, I mean, maybe that's fine. Maybe that's fine. We'll see how it actually plays out. Faction Warfare Complex for Interceptors is a small Interceptor 1, a new complex which spawns exclusively in command operations systems. The site only allows interceptors to enter. Despite being in a command operations, it pays out well as similar size plexes in front lines. So it's a static complex, so it'll always spawn in the same system. It only spawns in command outposts. It has a 10-minute capture timer and a 40-minute respawn timer. See, like, this one is going to be a lot more consistent. It's in a static and it respawns more often. So if you want to fly around an interceptor, you'll be able to do this site, and then, like, in between sites, you might be able to go zip into a small advanced, or because there's no what is it? Scout. There's no scout advanced. So you might be able to do a small advanced or something, or just zip around and do a couple more sites, any advanced sites with your interceptor, just get some credit for it while you wait for this one to respawn. So it just seems weird that it's like, the idea of like, oh yeah, I fly around an interceptor in faction warfare space now makes a lot of sense, but I fly around in a command destroyer, or sorry, a T3 destroyer in faction warfare space doesn't make as much sense. There could be other things. I think that maybe there's other reasons why you might want to be flying around in a T3 destroyer. Faction Warfare Complex for Tech 1 frigates. The Scout Basic 1. A new one-person complex that spawns exclusively in front lines. Allows Tech 1 attack and combat frigates to enter. So no support frigates, no E-War frigates. Just standard, the combat and attack frigates. And no exploration frigates. A 5-minute capture timer instead of 10 minutes, so it's very fast, with a faster respawn time of 10 minutes. So this is going to just be a churn, a really good opportunity for people, like, especially if somebody tries to come and bully you, especially if a fleet tries to use their advantages against each other, with each other, bring logistics or whatever. It's always good to be able to go into a site that's under the fleet that's harassing you, to be like, haha, you can't stop me here. You have to either downship or not deal with me. And so this provides this really good opportunity that, like, it doesn't matter who you are or how advanced you are, you can run these sites with basic stuff, and everybody has to step down to your level in order to come and deal with you. The NPCs guarding the complex spawn twice as frequently and are far more likely to have warp disruptors, keeping up the level of danger just as high despite the lower capture time. So yeah, it's got the lowest possible capture time at 5 minutes, but because the rats spawn more often, now how fast you can clear the rats become the biggest issue when it comes to the site, which of course, as soon as you bring in multiple people, you're able to run the site a little bit faster because you're able to clear the rats faster, but this doesn't, the rewards don't scale, it gets split. So this is one of my favorite sites of all of these sites so far, because it gives you this nice churn for newer players, especially, or like the lowest tier of equipment, all the way down at the bottom in the front lines, where like it scales with your capabilities and your activity, right? If you have a low impact thing that can just barely finish the site, it's still going to take a long time. If you are like really in there with a well done ship that's designed to do it well, you'll be able to do it a lot faster and get a lot more done. 7,500 LP with 11,250 LP in the front line before the suppression bonus, but of course this is only going to be, this is in front lines, and it's worth 50 victory points. It will replace the normal Navy Scout 1 complex. Wait, hold on. The regular Navy Scout 1 complex is no longer static and now has a much lower chance to spawn while the Scout Basic is spawning. No more Scout Navy 1s will be able to spawn in a single system to keep complex count low. No more than one Scout Navy will be able to spawn. So they're taking Scout Navy 1s and they're making it roaming, and they're making it so it can no longer, you can never have more than one Scout in a system at a time. But then also they're adding this one that respawns aggressively in Frontline specifically. So most of the time in a Frontline, there will be at least one Scout Basic 1 in any given Frontline. Damn, that kind of sucks for solos? What do you mean? How do you say? Which part of that sucks for solos? I think it's actually really good for solo. Scout Basic means more double web with no point fits. Yes, actually. You can be a little bit more reliant on the enemy accidentally, or like being your warp disruptor for you if you want. 5-minute ones will be the best for solos? Absolutely. This is actually a really great way for somebody to come. There's going to be a lot of cool fights in this too, because it basically ensures that nobody can like over fancy themselves. Like, yeah, you could bling out your ship, but you're blinging out a Tech 1 basic combat frigate. So like, this is going to be a great place to just find cool fights. I think this is going to be like the place to find cool fights for like Tech 1 frigates. Which is very exciting. The more I talk about this, the more I'm most excited about this basic one site. Then there's limited mining anomalies. So there's going to be anomaly sites. Great for solo, not good for newbies without T2 modules and drones. I don't know. I disagree. You remember, like, so first of all, it doesn't take much to get into Tech 2 when it comes to frigates. I've fought brand new pilots with like my character, and they've won given the correct matchup and knowing how to fly it. They realize that the Hull-Newt Tristan absolutely qualifies for this site. Not sure if the hook build does. I think that the Hull-Newt Tristan is about to become the undisputed king of the Scout Basic 1, which of course means that actually, no, maybe not necessarily, because it's not undisputed. Because the Breacher is also going to be really... God, I'm so excited about the Scout 1. No, the meta is going to be so good. Guys, I'm telling you. You've got Breachers, you've got Tristans, you've got Condors, you've got Kestrels. I could mention some Amar ships, but... I mean, the good thing about Amar is you're going to have warp disruptors on field, so you don't need to bring a point for your ships that don't have enough mid slots. So that's good for the Punisher a little bit. I'd expect more polarized fits for the Scout, a basic as well, to kill the NPCs fast. I mean, maybe. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Then there's, okay, so in all the different bulwarks, which we talked about, are special systems adjacent to the war zone. There'll be different reserves. These are the same kind of ore. They're reusing the ore lore-wise from the home fronts, but these are different than the home front ore, as far as I know. The key to these is that they can be reprocessed for some minerals, and then when you reprocess it for minerals, there will be an additional doodad that can be turned in for ISK to buy orders. It's like a commodity or whatever. And of course, they're going to be part of like contributing to military campaigns. So those are going to be weird because, like I said, these are very focused systems. There's only going to be a few of these bulwark systems in any given area of space. So these are going to be pretty crowded if necessary. Hold on. It appears that somebody who is not me is having a bad day. All right, that's fine. Just double checking. Yep, everything's fine for now. Okay. These new ores will give players similar minerals when reprocessed as if they've been mining regular scordite, but additionally will also provide a new resource in the form of crystalline faction materials. These minerals can be turned in at item traders, which can be found outside of each Navy faction. Each faction's Navy anchorage station. So this is going to be like the Warpath Intels or whatever. So, sorry, you don't sell it as a commodity. You turn it in as a currency to get extra doodads. Hold on. I tried to do faction warfare the other day, but the rats out-healed and damaged the damage I could do. I could only get up to 100 DPS as a beginner fit. It may make sense to multi-dot box at that point, though. Yeah, if you're doing that low DPS, I'm assuming that you're in like a frigate, and if you're in a frigate, you should be in a scout. You were in a Scout Navy 1? Interesting. I will say that one of the things that you can do, especially since now that there's fleets on both sides, you can lock up all of the rats, and then see which rat the rats are attacking, and kind of help push them over the edge, right? You know, like work with the momentum of who the rats are already attacking to help break your rats. You should be able to clear basically any scout with a frigate. Hit me up in Discord afterwards if you need some ideas, but a lot of the iBeast fits are fine too. Yeah, you can punch up pretty good too. I assume. I'm going to just assume that there is something. I'm not going to say that you did something wrong. I'm going to say that you did something correctable. You could probably change your strategy in some way to make it so that you'll be able to do Scout Navy 1s just fine. I think it was just because it missile DPS. I mean, it could be that too. But like I said, like using the momentum that's there, 100 DPS should have been fine. I'm not 100% sure. Either way. What ship was it in? What ship were you in? Like specifically, like what hull? These item traders will provide players with boosters, new faction modules, skins, and skinner components for the duration of the Cradle War expansion. One of the things I actually am working on. Whoops, I'm working on a tips for new players video. I know I just recently did one. Hold on. So I did just recently do a top 10 or like 10 tips for new players video, but I assumed in that video that you had access to all of the normal advice that players give nowadays also. Like I assume that if someone's finding that video, it's because they're looking for tips and stuff, and there are plenty of people that give a lot of the basics of how to play the game. But I've gotten a lot of feedback from that video that that's not necessarily true. So I feel like I've maybe made that video a little bit too, not advanced, but definitely more cerebral, right? It kind of is like, I say that it's top 10 tips for new players, but it's more about like trying to get people to think the right way about the game and not, hey, here's how to actually play the game. So people are going to that video to try to figure out like the best ways to get started in the game. And I don't answer that. So I do want to make, one of the things I'm working on is a follow-up video to that, which is like 10 tips for really new players. And so I have like my whiteboard where I'm getting my notes, but one of those notes that I just wrote down because I've been thinking about this morning is drugs are good. Okay. You know, like one of the things that I think that everybody could use, especially me, is getting better at using boosters, knowing which boosters are active at any given time, utilizing the ones to your advantage, especially if you're a newer player and you're trying to get that edge over someone. Maximizing the value that you get out of event boosters and other kinds of stuff, especially even not necessarily like the harder drugs as far as the boosters go in the game. Don't demonetize me. We're talking about a video game. Please, YouTube, don't demonetize me. We're talking, I swear to God, we're talking about a video game, okay? We're talking about tracking and speed. Anyway, if you get the synth booster, those can never have a drawback. So, you know, obviously, if you get deeper into it, you get your biology skills up, you can use the standard and improved different boosters for different stuff. But, you know, getting familiar with all of the different kinds of synth boosters and event boosters at any given time is the best way to get an edge over your opponent. You know, you guys like, oh, I can't ever catch up with a new player. The older that you are, more likely the worse you are at using boosters effectively, because we come from a day when boosters were harder to come by, they were less useful, they were more like they were risky to carry around. So a lot of us just never learned to use boosters, even when they've become better. So get good at boosters and you will be able to compete with people much, much, much better. Oh, God. We're joking. We're playing a video game. This is about a video game. They're boosters. Look, the best drugs are you buy from the cops, okay? For those of you who don't know, agency boosters can be bought from the DDLP store. So it was a good way for me to like turn a DDLP into ISK by buying Pyrolancia boosters. So I used to always say the best drugs come from the cops. Yes, make sure if you have a Glamourix booster, or even I think the Cerebral Accelerators from the event, today is your day to pop it, because that will they will continue to go forward, but they expire tonight. So if you have a Glamourix booster sitting around, now is the time to pop it. All right, limited time hacking sites. New hacking sites will start appearing in the Bulwark systems belonging to the enemy faction based on data sites from the Shadow War campaign. Hack exfiltration containers to shut them down and receive rewards such as boosters, Navy scanning, upgrade blueprints, new penumbral shadow skins and skinner components, and more. These hacking sites have Scout Navy restrictions, so only Navy and T1 frigates can enter. Activating the acceleration gate will enter the site and give all caps leaders a suspect timer, so beware. There are hostile NPCs guarding the site, and it is recommended to bring a Navy Explorer frigate to fit for the combat and hacking. I had forgotten about these sites from Shadow Wars because the combat site was took so much of the limelight. But I remember these; they're really fun. Basically, they're kind of a bigger area. Rats do spawn, so you have to fight them off or figure out how you want to deal with them while you're hacking the can. It does make it so that basically the only ships that are really able to hang in these sites are, for the most part, the Navy hacking frigates, right? They're more combat oriented and are able to do the hacking. That said, any Navy and T1 frigates can come in, so expect people to be guarding these sites. I've had hookbills come in and try to kill me while I was running the sites and stuff like that. And remember, these bulwarks are relative, like there's only a few of them. They're very concentrated. And so the activity of like just making sure that people, we were talking about, we have to find 15 tasks throughout the course of the 45, of the 44 that must fail in order for a side to fail. If this is likely to be one of the weak points in someone's ability to do stuff, if you are very, very aggressive, and by you, I usually mean like a group of people, because this would require time zone coverage. But you could theoretically make these sites extremely hostile to people. One other thing to think about is, if I remember correctly, the suspect flag comes in when you first activate the gate. Once you're inside, the suspect flag just ticks down. So theoretically speaking, somebody can go inside and then let their suspect flag run out, and then they are in the site. Anybody else who comes in has suspect, but they don't. And that's a very dangerous situation to be in. So it's going to be interesting to see how specifically these exfil sites play out because of that. Shipcaster anchorage stations. Level 1 through 4 security agents have been added to the following anchorage stations, which were built during the Shadow War campaign. Level 1 mining and level 1 distribution agents have also been added to all 4 military headquarters. All 4 military headquarters had a new station put in that is the anchorage, and that has every service available turned on, and now they have a full set of level 1 through 4 security agents. This is not faction warfare missions. These are for the navies, right? You can see. So these are standard high-sec missions, and but it is worth noting that all of those headquarter systems do have a faction warfare militia corp station as well with agents. So it is a good idea to go, if you are going to be running faction warfare missions, running them by operating out of the faction warfare headquarters, picking up the missions using the shipcaster to get into the war zone and running those is a very cool thing to do. And I'm sure I'll be showing that off soon on stream. I've already done it a couple of times but we're going to be doing it more, something tells me. Still going through the stockpile of synth drop boosters that I make from all the gas I huffed years ago. Yep. Can you cloak in them? You'll have a lot of difficulty cloaking in them because there will be rats, and so they'll be quick to lock you. So you'd have to like kill the wave of rats and then cloak before the next wave spawns, or have them like lock onto something else that isn't you. Gallente will likely fail at their objective in stopping the Caldari because Galmel will ignore everything that isn't the faction warfare war zone. I mean, it is true that like of all of the things, I would be shocked if anybody that's in the actual Gallente faction warfare will care about the results of the military campaign. Like nobody in the militia that I know of cares about how many jumps there is between Gallente or between Dodixie and Intaki, and getting an extra. I mean, being able to use your LP to get the new excavator drones would be fine, but it's not like very many faction warfare pilots are also rockwool mining much. So it'll be good for as a way of boosting the value of Galmil LP in theory, but also even then, it's still worth more to Gallente to the failure result for the Caldari is more valuable for the Gallente than the success result for the Gallente. That's actually, in my opinion, that's true. But also, like, remember, Manifest now comes out. Dodixie is going to be one of the most connected trade hubs. So we could see very much a surge of PvE activity and PvE players doing stuff in Gallente space. And so they may just complete the non-faction warfare objectives on their own. I hope there's a mining faction campaign for Intaki to gain independence. I would really like to see the next expansion or the next military campaign be far more controversial. You know, liberation of Intaki, something crazy about Syndicate, you know, Amar invading Stain, you know, but I've always said that. Faction warfare and insurgency complexes now have a subheader separating them from regular combat sites in the right-click warp to menu in space. Very good. Faction warfare and insurgency complexes now have their own group in the probe scanner window, so sorting the group column makes it easier to find all the complexes in one system. Also, very cool. Existing faction warfare plexes spawns from the occupying faction will now undock from the capture point structures rather than warping in. Cool. Tighten the leash range for how far faction warfare NPCs should venture off the capture point. They'll now orbit the control points much more closely. Excellent. I like this. This means that somebody can't kite it off. There also used to be a big problem where you'd have like one dude in your group that's like a micro warp drive kiter, and he like burns off, and like all of a sudden there's the rats that you're trying to kill are like zipping around at like 2K per second. You're like, get back here, you assholes. Shut off your micro warp drive. Faction warfare NPCs should now in general be more aggressive to player ships, targeting them more frequently. That will make it... That's fine because... So what that ultimately it doesn't change very much. What it does, because it doesn't change how well you can kill them, like use the momentum of your allied rats. It does make it so that more likely people will get pointed and, you know, they'll interfere with stuff, which is kind of cool. Maybe if you don't succeed at your Empire's campaign, the next campaign is a pirate minor faction change campaign. I do want ways for the pirates to interfere with the different campaigns for sure, like in a future campaign. NPCs guarding these objectives now have omni resistance profiles for supply depots and supply caches. 60-40-0, so that's good. Adjusted the aggro range so they can no longer be shot at 100 kilometers by sniping ships without the NPCs responding. Fair. Frigate NPCs have been adjusted to be faster, so they're more threatening to gas cannon sniper ships. Man, they really do not like how people have managed to get them done up until this point. Die, stealth bombers, die. Although the increased signature radius does make it so that these are much more about like just popping them rather than kiting them, which is probably good. All supply depots caches now use omni resistance profiles. Cool. Mimitar supply depot cache HP values rebalanced to be similar to other factions now that they have higher shield resistances. Fair. So it basically takes the same amount of effort to burn them down. 4 meters per second. It means that you can't escape normally with a frigate. Normally a frigate with a scram. I don't think that any of the supply depot or supply cache rats bring points, though. So it's just a matter of, like, you can't just kite them out while you kill the site. A lot of times they would just bring in a bunch of stealth bombers and, like, bomb from 100, or, like, missile torp from 100 kilometers and blow up the objective without having to worry about it. Rendezvous points. So those are the ones that you scan down in Frontline, or to raise advantage. NPCs now use uniform resistance, and NPC now warp in faster when previous waves of NPCs were killed. That's just going to make the site faster to run in general, which is good. Listening points and propaganda beacons. NPCs now use uniform resistance. Increases the time for NPCs to respawn between waves so that they'll be a bit faster to complete. Excellent. So now listening points and propaganda towers are going to be a little bit easier. There's less waves to deal with because there's more time in between them for you to tick down. The Small Navy 1 is now a static complex again. It always respawns in the same system after being completed rather than a roaming complex. Wait, isn't that? Wait. Okay, so the Scout Navy 1 is not static. The small... Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the Scout Navy 1 is now roaming. And the... Or was it? I love how there is a section for existing faction warfare plexes, and then there's a spot for Small Navy 1 complex. That should have been up there. Okay, so this Small Navy 1 is now a static, so it'll keep respawning in the same spot. So that's, I guess, good. And probably necessary for the other piece to it. No, because that's the advanced one. Either way. Battlefields. The resistance of all NPCs in the battlefields have been set to a typical Omni-Resist profile. And the rebalance to battlefield payouts. The LP payout has been reduced from 150,000 to 50,000. The removed LP value of rewards have been placed inside of NPC freighters, which are now spawned in the control points. These freighters will contain blue loot that can be sold at the malicious NPC stations for ISK, a new token which can be used in combination with LP and ISK to buy multiple Navy ship blueprint offers. Additionally, they'll now contain boosters, new faction modules, skins, and skinner components for the Cradle of War expansion. I have already expressed my opinions about that. We'll just have to wait and see how it plays out. Freighter wrecks have a 20-kilometer warp disruption radius around them, which prevents warping, making them dangerous for seagulls to ninja loot. It's also going to make it so that people are going to want to, like, pop the wreck, right? As soon as you loot the stuff, you want to pop the wreck so that way that warp disruption bubble doesn't fuck with you. Or you might even want... we could see them... I could see somebody trying to bump the NPC freighter to the enemy warp-in point and then kill it there. So that way there's a 20-kilometer warp disruption bubble on the enemy warp-in point. So we'll have to see whether or not that's possible. Faction warfare missions. Reduce the hit points of faction warfare mission haulers by 50%. Easier to kill. Existing insurgency content. Mining ambush 10. Increase the number of NPCs which need to be killed to complete the site by approximately 50%. Sites will no longer spawn in high security space, so they can no longer be completed by neutral characters unenrolled in faction warfare for either side. Probably good with your militia within pirates, because I was very disappointed in my inability to ever get promoted. Uh-oh, what's going on? Everything here looks good. Okay, never mind. Good. And then tighten the leash range on how far insurgency NPCs should venture off the capture point. They now orbit the control point much more closely, much like the other ones. Oh yeah, that was weird. I had a very... Something weird going on with my viewer count too. I wonder if there's like some sort of disruption. We'll keep going. Roaming pirate enforcer NPCs. Okay. The regular roaming spawns that start at corruption and suppression levels 4 and 5 will no longer visit stargates. Only the corruption 2 and corruption and suppression 3 spawns will now visit stargates. I assume that means that like the officer spawns effectively and the harder spawns won't go to stargates, which is unfortunate. I have historically, you know, every once in a while I'll find like a what's his name? Zohar or something on a gate. And it's like, oh, let me kill that real quick. See if anything's cool. I assume that you're now going to have to hunt for them a little bit more to find the more elite ones. Counterinsurgency sentry guns from Suppression 5 will no longer get built around stargates. They will now be built in asteroid belts and at high-sec ore anomalies instead. Well, that's interesting. That kind of seems counterintuitive, but I can kind of get where they're going with that. It will protect high-sec ore belts a little bit more, which is kind of cool. Not being on stargates is a choice, I guess, but I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. Existing sentry guns and prior insurgencies before Cradle of War will remain around stargates until they're naturally decayed or destroyed. And the pirate fob, reducing tethering range from 50 kilometers to 30 kilometers. That isn't going to change you jumping in. It's just going to give a tighter area of free movement for those who are tethered to the pirate fob. It was fun today getting instantly into hull because of a stupid jump bug. I jumped today and my client instantly crashed as I jumped. That was spooky. We should be able to build the counterinsurgency guns. Now you're talking. Changes to corp enlistment and faction warfare. As we mentioned, we're making some adjustments to shut down loopholes for team kills. When corporation applies to faction warfare, all characters in the corporation will now need to be above -5 standings for the faction that they're attempting to enlist with. If any members are below -5 at the time of the application, the members will be listed and the corporation can choose to kick those characters from the corporation if they want to continue with enlistment. This closes a loophole where players would constantly create brand new corporations to get around the existing corporation standings requirements, AWOCs for a week, and then create another corporation. When characters try to join an already enlisted player corporation, they will now need to be above -5 standings with the faction in order to be accepted into the corporation. If the character ever falls below -5 standings with the while being in a corporation or alliance enlisted in faction warfare, they'll be issued with a warning at downtime, and then within 24 hours, if their standings have not been fixed, they'll be removed from the player corporation. Note, if the player is the CEO of the corporation or the CEO of the corporation is in an alliance, then we kick out the entire corporation or alliance from faction warfare instead. The overall 0-0 standings requirements for corps and alliances still need to be maintained. So basically, we've talked about this before. There was a grace period that was made in order to help fix people that were already messed up. You know, if you've got really, really bad faction standings, you no longer can join a militia in order, or like a militia corp in order to get around that, in order to join that militia. There are ways of fixing your faction standings, and with the military campaigns, there's hopefully going to be new ways for you to possibly fix it. But yeah, you're no longer allowed to have -5 standings with a faction and be in faction warfare with that faction. Heraldry. To celebrate the launch of the Cradle of War, a special set of login rewards will be available each day that players log into the game for the first 17 days after the expansion launches. This was pointed out, actually, thankfully, thank you to Malak for pointing this out as being odd. So there is going to be a 17-day login reward track, but it's listed as heraldry. And so that got me thinking about what they could possibly mean by that. And it reminded me that they added in 2 things. I don't know if we gotten any information about where it goes yet. So we can see here. I'm on the wrong character. Hold on. Do I know how to spell manifest? No. No. Okay, hold on. Ah, got it. Got it. Okay. So they added in this background, Manifest Homecoming background, which does not come up with a preview, by the way. But it looks like basically it's the picture with the pod. It could be titles and rewards, but I don't. But my point is, so there's this background, which is a picture from the war zone, or that we saw recently involving Manifest. That there's like a pod in the middle there, but now it's not there in this background. You should get a percentage of her LP of how long you've been in the site. Look, the conversation about how to manage seagulls and stuff is a long one. We've talked about it many, many times, but the Star Cradle background shows basically like the map. It's basically the Cradle of War background with the orange tips and then like some constellation in the background. So if we... No, hold on. If we go here, we go to news. So basically... Really? Yeah. So this picture, right? Just remove the pod from this picture, and that's one of the backgrounds. And then the other background is a little bit harder to find because it's just the Cradle of War background, but like it's a little bit... I don't know if I'm going to be able to find a good example of what it probably will look like. But I feel like we can see at least the small version of it. Let's see. Yeah, that. It was in the scope video? You mean the pulse video? Was it? I don't think I saw it. Did they show it off and I missed it? I don't think so. Do I think moving T3Ds to headquarters is worth it? So Tech 3 destroyers are very, very good for faction warfare missions. They're kind of one of the top dogs for doing faction warfare missions. So if you're going to do like a mixture of faction warfare missions and possibly those T3 destroyer sites, that could be a good way of kind of mixing it up with them. Where were we? So yeah, there's going to be the 17 days of login. One of the things I find interesting in this is that there is no mention about free Omega time. We may still get that. That is most expansions nowadays, they do at least some free Omega time as part of like a thing. Usually you have to do something for it or whatever nowadays. But there is no mention about that here, but there is going to be this 17-day login track. And those are the only two things that, I mean, there's a lot of other Skinner components and stuff too. That we've seen. That'll likely be part of that, but we'll see. Tomorrow, I'll show it all off. So, for selling, I recently started building freighters in HiSec. I mean, cool. Freighters are awesome. Oh. Do we need capital construction base to do freighters? You can build freighters in HiSec. You do need capital construction parts, but you can still build them in HiSec. In the Cradle of War section. Oh, I mean that picture's shown off, but not the other one. No other caps. Yes, correct. Well, wait, can you do jump freighters? I think you can do jump freighters too, right? I mean, yes, jump freighters are a type of freighter, but I'm just being technical here. All right. Achievements are coming to... Oh, is there a way to overlap faction symbols on ships in Skinner? Like if you wanted to remove the Gerissus logo from the rattlesnake? Unfortunately, not. Yeah, it's you. I don't think you can cover the icons, like the logo that is naturally on the ship. Orca is not a cap. Happy birthday, Sidhu. I don't know how to pronounce that collection of letters. There may be some grandfathered in unfit carriers in high sec. Yes, no. There are capitals in high sec, but they're there for various reasons. Usually because they like got reimbursed or something went wrong. Yes, an orca requires cap parts, but is not a cap. Okay. Achievements are coming to EVE Online. The new achievement window can be found in the Neocom under Paragon Services. I gotta say, it's funny because like throughout the years, there's all these things that have happened that like a lot of players will say like, oh, this is the reason why I quit EVE Online. I am so surprised by how the player base has accepted and embraced the idea of achievements now. You know, the fact that we have, I had somebody in a comment just yesterday, I think it was, somebody was like, yeah, I quit the game when it went free to play. And I'm like, what a weird, like, I guess that's a reason to quit the game. You know, there's different people quit the game for different reasons. I really honestly would have, if you'd told me 10 years ago that they were going to be releasing achievements into the game, I would have been like, there's no way the player base is going to be okay with that. But people seem to be super behind it. And it looks like the FC has put in the effort to make it good, maybe. So like I said, I think that my stream is going to be a lot about how to get achievements and stuff. I'm very excited about this as an idea, just to have things to accomplish and titles to collect. I still think that the biggest thing that needs to be added is corporation achievements so that we can work together to achieve a goal, unlock a goal for the entire corporation. Maybe that's how we could get customization for our structures. You know, we can get a special banner for our, or we can show off all of our awards that we've received as an alliance on our Keepstar walls. You know, that'd be pretty cool. But either way, achievements are coming to EVE Online. New achievement window can be found in the Neocom under Paragon Services. The main overview. Oh, that's an interesting clue. That's actually an interesting clue. So that tells me that Paragon are going to be the people who put out the achievement system. Not necessarily Air. Air might be partnering with Paragon. But remember, Paragon just secured control over the JITA system with Concord. So this could be seen as more Dekasi exerting his influence into the world. But that's more for us lore nerds, not you guys trying to figure out what the hell's going on in the game right now. Or how about let players create achievement for other players? That already exists. You can do corporation projects, you can do freelance jobs, and you can give out medals. We've already had player-built achievements in the form of medals. In fact, we've used it for that purpose before. But this is different, though, because this allows somebody to explore what there is to do out there, right? I kind of wish we could. War Thunder lets you put anything on your vehicle, and it would be very top tier to throw anime girls on the ship. I mean, yes, further customization of ships is always good. I want my title. I want to be able to get a heraldry or whatever where it puts my title on the side of my ship, right? So I've got my Corp logo, I've got my Alliance logo, and then on the side it says Meat Popsicle or whatever, right? We have here. All right. My beard just fell apart in my own mouth. You look up the United Cats logo, Alliance logo. Uh-oh. There you go. If you want Alliance, if you want an anime girl on the side of your ship, may I present to you the Alliance to choose, I guess. That's pretty funny. All right. You would want to be the... It was just the first one that popped in my head. All right. Achievements can have multiple milestones that can be progressed, each of them able to provide their own rewards, including skill points, titles, skins, and more rewards coming in the future. Completing achievements, non-time limited, will also provide the players with an achievement score. Achievements can be tracked, which could keep them in the HUD to keep an eye on progress, and can also be added to the pin section to keep an eye on specific ones. There is actually a piece to this that I do want to say as an aside. There is something that was not talked about very much at FanFest, is not part of this announcement, this glaring hole that I see in all of this, which is that why don't we hear anything about any API support about any of this? CCP last year, or FC last year, talked about how they're going to get more into the ESI support and we've seen almost nothing about that. And now we see a whole new set of features coming out once again that basically, at least apparently, don't have any API support whatsoever. I mean, maybe they do. Maybe they just haven't mentioned it in any of this. But, like, I want definitely the achievement system and title system and other stuff like that to be part of the Skinner system. Or not Skinner, but the part of the ESI. Like, they are putting in the military campaigns. Like, they need to make a way for the ESI to engage with this stuff very well. And I'm nervous because they haven't mentioned anything about that. Hold on. All right. Titles. You can now equip titles that appear by your Capsuleer's name in various places throughout the UI and are visible to others. Titles are displayed in Character Show Info window and can be seen by hovering your mouse cursor over the Capsuleer's name in chat windows, station guest listings, and in your overview if you select another Capsuleer while out in space. And we see... titles to be displayed under your for your character can be equipped with the new Titles tab in the Decorations section in the character sheet. Unearned titles are also shown there. If you can see the title you like and want to know how to obtain it, there will be a button that takes you to that specific achievement that grants it. So Malak was telling me yesterday that there is all of the... Oh, there they are. Hold on. So there's Prime Restoration, which is the achievement for the Starkmanir Restoration. We have Sharpen the Edge, which is the Galente Federation one, the Rogue Edge one. Divine Commerce is the Amar one. And Cut the Corridor is the Caldari one. Are those the titles? Are those the titles that you get? Or is those the... Because this looks like it's the achievement, not necessarily the exact title. All right. Navy destroyers. We've covered those already quite a bit. 4 new Navy destroyers, Dragoon, Corax, Algos, Tower, are now going to be in the LP store. They were already now available because of the Capsuleer Day. Now they're going to be regularly available. Command carriers. I've already said basically everything I'm going to say about them right now, except for, like I said, there is some changes. Do they actually describe the changes here? No. But they do list them out. I'm not that much of a capital guy, so I'm just going to point you to somebody else who might tell you more about it. I know, like, it does have the best bonuses. These are going to be... I don't know. I don't know where... I don't know how to put these guys into context for us yet. Like, we're going to have to see how these all play out. I've said my thoughts already before on some of these and which one I think might be good or not. Definitely not new player stuff. Definitely not, like, if you're excited about these ships, you already know about them. That's all I'm going to say for the most part. Okay, so there's new modules. This is something that is pretty new. This is probably one of the biggest new pieces out of this from what they've explained before. So there are a bunch of new modules that are being added into the game. The following new modules will drop from Battlefield Hauler NPCs and can be traded for using resources gained from the Bulwark systems by handing in those resources to item traders in the faction war headquarters. So they're going to just be drops in the battlefields, which I've already voiced my nervousness about that. But there's another alternative to this. This is going to be one of those things that you can get by turning in the minerals. So you mine the ore in the bulwarks, you reprocess it, you get the minerals, the normal minerals, but then you also get the doodads that you take to the war headquarters and you turn them in for that Empire's equipment. So a faction guidance enhancer and computer for both Caldari Navy and Republic Fleet. So that's going to be basically missile application, low slot and mid slot. New heat sinks and magnetic field stabilizers, which boost both turrets and drone damage based on the C3A and C3X ballistic control systems from the Amar and the Galente. That is effing dope. This is dope. This is dope. I love this so much. This is going to make every, like, the Navy issue Galente ships just went from, that's kind of cool. It has rep bonuses and it's a mixture of hybrids and drones. And now it's just, they're awesome now. The Dominic's Navy issue is awesome. The Vexor Navy issue is awesome. Myrmidon Navy issue exists. And Algo's Navy issue is probably too small for this kind of equipment, but they still are awesome, especially with this stuff. C3Xs are so expensive for the rattlesnakes because they've stopped doing the event that provide them. So there's no new source for them. These are going to be an ongoing source, at least for now, so they're probably going to be a lot cheaper. Where are the battlefield haulers? So throughout the course of the battlefield, these freighters will warp into the battlefield. You kill the freighter and it drops stuff, including these. And that's like, they're taking about 2/3 of the reward that normally comes from the battlefield away from the LP and towards these haulers. What is a battlefield? Battlefields are part of the military faction warfare. So we can see, is there one going on right now? Yes. So we can see that the current battlefield, they happen every couple of hours. There's currently a battlefield going on. They always happen in a front line somewhere within the war zone. They are 30 man each, and they're these massive sites that have 3 different control points that have to be controlled. They allow battleships and below of Navy, so there's no Tech 2, no pirate whatsoever in them, and they're the biggest sites in the war zone. They're like, they have massive LP, or they have massive payouts and also massive swings in both the contested value of the system and the advantage of the system. So no getting them without a group. Well, again, so you're going to be able to go into the bulwark and do the mining there to get the stuff to turn in to get this stuff. So if you want to get them as a drop, yeah, you have to be in there with other militiamen. More likely than not. It's not really a soloable kind of a thing. But so that's going to be one source for these doodads. But the other source is going to be mining in the bulwarks, taking the material, reprocessing it, taking the doodads from the reprocessing, selling it, and turning it in at the headquarters in order to get the doodad or the module of your choice. Also, these modules are based on the old ballistics. Doesn't say they will also drop. No. This is not the C3A and C3X is tied to the Gristis. So theoretically, they could add them to the Gristis LP store, although they haven't, and they've never suggested that they would. In general, the C3As and C3Xs come from events that are tied to the Gristis. Like originally it was the Hunt. They may come back at some point, but right now what we have is what we have, and this is a new kind of module with a new kind of source. And remember that, so much like invasions, right? So one of the things to think about in my collection, you know, I have a bunch of assault damage control mutaplasmids and damage control mutaplasmids and mutated damage controls and stuff. Those things are now super, super valuable. But once upon a time, they were worth almost nothing because they dropped all the time in invasions. And while people were running invasions, there was just this huge supply of them. But invasions were now 6 years ago. So all of the mutaplasmids for damage controls and assault damage controls, almost all of them came from back then. There still are theoretically some sources for them, but like it has to be things like the big trig sites and stuff. So, you know, that's why you see this big increase in those values. So these things are going to be, all of these things are going to be very available right now. But remember, this whole bulwark thing is tied to this current event, or like this current military campaign. So this could be a way to seed these modules, and then they will be less available to be acquired later on. So this is like your opportunity to get easy access of these modules by mining it in HiSec in bulwarks and then turning them in to get stuff. I imagine that they will continue and always drop in battlefields going forward as the primary source for them to be able to drop. But, you know, this is just a way of like getting them out there because they like there is no supply of them. Whereas with C3Xs and whatnot, there is a supply from when they dropped before, if that makes sense. You don't need a group. You just need a multi-box 30 accounts of CCP intended. Yeah, well, I mean, you don't even need a group. You just need to go to the battlefield, and as long as your side happens to be winning, you can go in and participate, you know, whatever. Will the Navy bastions come back? I don't know. That's another good example of one of those ones that were suddenly made available, very available for a period of time, and then now today's the last day you can buy one for the doodads, and then starting tomorrow, they're going to become an increasingly rare resource again. They could theoretically put them back out in some way, but there's going to be no known way of acquiring them in the future starting tomorrow. The thing is that you don't necessarily need to have a group that likes PvP. Again, if you're part of the team, if you're part of the militia, you can just go to the battlefield, and there's at least a chance that your team is currently winning, and then you can go and participate. I feel like they're more likely to come than the officer mods. Yes, the officer mods are almost certainly not going to come back, especially like maybe the Moreau one, because Moreau made it to presidency. But the idea that like the Tenzin one and all them, like I would assume that those are going to be basically extremely rare going forward. Can't be AWOCs is a strong word, but also like if you're just a dude, look, if you go into a battlefield and you actually go and try to like participate, no one's going to try to AWOCs you. It's the people that come in and are clearly seagulling, not participating, burning way the hell out, so that way there's no risk to them and they're not contributing to the fight whatsoever. Those are the people that people got annoyed at in AWOCs. All right, okay. So we also have the large remote repairer module for all factions. So a faction large remote repair, so that's either shield or armor, depending on the empire, I'm assuming. And then the prototype Pluto excavators, which have reduced yield but lower waste, and new small faction web drone for the Gallente. So these are actually the drones. If you read their descriptions, these are likely the drones that we get long term if the Gallente win, right? So for the next 4-6 months, whatever the military campaign is, you will be able to get the Pluto excavators by turning in the resources, and possibly from the haulers. Going forward, if the Gallente win their military campaign, then those will be available in the militia LP store, or at least the Gallente LP store. If they fail, then those will be in the OR LP store. At least that's what seems to be suggested in the text. Also, the small faction web drone for the Gallente is pretty cool. It is... Hold on a second. Wait a second. So... see if I can find it. I should be able to find it pretty easily, I think. I think that means it's in the game. Wait. Maybe? We've seen it in Hobo Leagues, which means... Okay, wait, hold on. That means it would be here? It's got to be here, right? What is the name of the drone? No, not the Pluto. Not that one. Not the mining one. The web one. Come on. Oh, here's all of them. Or here's some of these. So we have the Caldari Navy Missile Guidance Enhancer. Yeah, it's a Hobgoblin. There it is. Oops. There it is. Copy that. Paste it here. No? Oh, okay. It's not in the game yet, I guess. But it is... It has a web. No, that's not it. Ah, where is all the stuff? Maximum velocity of 3840, which of course will go up with skills or with your like if you're in an Algos Navy, any of those kind of things will have a bonus to it. And it has a 7.5% strength, if I remember correctly. So it's going to be a lot. It's going to be stronger of a web drone, but this one has no damage to it. I definitely want to experiment with how good this is going. Yeah, there it is. Maximum velocity bonus, negative 7.5. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not these are something that are worth deploying with your ship. I've been thinking maybe 2 of those. I really would have wished this to have been a medium drone instead of a light drone. But yeah, I wonder whether or not these will be end up being cheap enough and good enough to actually be part of your normal loadout with, especially the Algos Navy issue, which has bonuses to the web drones. I still would rather see the fabricator sites come back and get the hybrid web drones. Also, an upgraded mining survey chipset for the Mimitar. So increases mining laser and ice harvest critical chance success. I wonder how good this is. How much is the normal mining chipset? I have it pulled up. Critical success bonus is 21, with the best one being 20 at Tech 2. And yield, yeah, is now 21 instead of 20. So it's better. It's 1%, or I guess you could say 5% better than the Tech 2. Just do a link. I did the link and it didn't pop up. It means it's not in the game yet. See, I've linked it, but if I click on it, it doesn't open up the pop-up window, so it's not in the game yet. An Imperial Navy tracking enhancer, which also reduces the activation cost for lasers in Amar. That's pretty sweet, actually. Two different heat sinks? Wait. Oh, so there's 2 different tiers to it? Is that what's happening here? Because we have the Neophyte and the Disciple. So I assume that the Neophyte has a Neophyte has a damage modifier of 7%, and this one has 10%. Okay, and then a normal heat sink. You don't have the heatsink memorized? No, I don't have all of the attributes of the heatsink memorized. So the heatsink 2 has a base rate of fire bonus of 10%. So 10.5%. So basically, the Disciple is going to be a little bit better than basically the standard T2 heatsink, roughly equivalent. But then we'll also include drone damage bonus, which is pretty wild. And then there's the mag stabs. It's going to be so much harder to realize which one's good and which one's bad. Agriros and Chryseros. Somebody's going to have to tell me why that's important in Greek and makes perfect sense to them. Where's the tracking enhancer? No. Missile guidance. Tracking answer. Here it is. Improves the tracking speed of turrets, but also lowers the activation cost of energy turrets. That's actually super big deal, right? Like, is there any modules that lower the cap cost of? I guess there's rigs that lower cap cost of turrets, of lasers. Capacitor need bonus 15%. That's going to be a big deal, man. What's the value of it? Hold on. It's a tracking enhancer, which makes it a low slot, right? Yeah. So it's a low slot, which are generally not as good as the mid slot version, but this does, like, that's going to be a huge advantage when it comes to making your cap work. I'm going to love this on like a Abaddon, right? So the standard Tech 2 tracking enhancer has a tracking speed bonus of 9.5%. This thing has a tracking enhancement of 10%, 9.5%. So basically it's a Tech 2 tracking enhancer that also reduces your laser fire by 15%. Medium CCC rig is 20 plus 20 cap recharge time reduction. So yeah, that's a big deal. Oh yeah, for sure. But this is going to be huge for an Abaddon for more than anything. This is great. And I love the fact that actually, I thought about it. I love that this is a low slot, because if it was a mid slot, then it would be competing for mid slots, which Amar ships just don't have enough mid slots. So this is pretty good. I like this module a lot. And then an upgraded signal dispersion amplifier for the Caldari. So that's cool. I think that they could have used better newts, maybe, but no, I mean, E-War's fine. I guess that would be for Amar. Yeah, these are some hot modules, man. All of these are really juicy. We were talking about long-term investments. I bought $1 billion worth of daily alpha injectors for 25 million. Whew. They normally go for 50, but are 40 right now because of the market dump. I wonder if you could just sell those pretty easily in and around Exordium. The key here would be, oh man, I don't know if it'd be good, but you could put them up for contract in Exordium, because the problem with the people in Exordium are in their own region. So they won't be able to open up the market and see what you have for sale in Uli. But if you have them on contract, they'll be able to see that it's only 3 jumps away. I don't know. Something to think about. New penumbral shadow skins for available for achievements, which can be earned by competing objectives for each faction's military campaigns. I love, oh my god, bind on pickup or soulbound skins tied to achievements. I need more of that in my life. Additionally, more penumbral shadow skins are available from the Bulwark hacking content as rare drops. These skins also have a rare chance to be dropped from Battlefield Hauler NPCs. The previous penumbral shadow skins, which were soulbound rewards in the Shadow War campaign, have been added to the Faction Warfare LP store as a luxury price item. Cruisers are 500,000 LP and 500 million ISK, and battleship skins are 1 million LP and 1 billion ISK. That is huge. So, I mean, obviously those are huge numbers. That's a lot for those items, right? Hold on one second. I think we might... no, we're still fine. I was talking about this with Malak yesterday. I actually really love the fact that this is how they did that, right? Because, so the problem is, who in their right mind would pay for that much for them? Well, the thing is that there are plenty of skins out there that people spend more than $1 billion on. So here's what I love about this. They started making it so that each year, the event drops the skins that were the reward from the previous year. And that has always kind of bothered me, because I with an absence of skins, with an absence of achievements, I've already wanted skins to kind of function as an achievement, right? So if there's a skin that can only be gotten by doing an event on a particular year and completing it, then having that skin meant that you did that thing. There's some value to it. And so making it so that the skins just drop again the next year destroys that effect, right? Now people can just have it, right? Or, you know, it's going to become more broad. Somebody having it doesn't mean that they happen to do the event in 2024 or whatever, right? So the Shadow War skins are very pretty. They're very cool. And people worked really, really hard to get them. But now they're just not available anymore. If somebody sees them, they're not, you know, if you have a Megathron and you want a Penumbral Shadow skin, you just can't get it anymore. You weren't part of Shadow Wars. So, like, there's a balance there. How do we make the people that earned it feel good about that while still allowing people that theoretically want to get it now to be able to get it? And I think that, honestly, this is kind of the best case scenario. If someone wants to get it, they can get it. If you open up the thing and you personally fall in love with your Megathron Penumbral Shadow skin, you can now go get it when before you weren't able to. But by them being so expensive, as they put it, they're luxury. There's a premium on it. They're not worth $1 billion ISK unless you think that they are. This isn't something that you just flip for whatever. They're priced really, really high in order to make it so that it's like a big ask to actually get one, which retroactively places value on the effort that we did years ago. Now, those of us, you know, if this was just available for 50 million ISK, then I'd be like, oh, so this skin that was super special to me now just is worth 50 million ISK. Everybody's going to have it. But now CCP is literally saying, hey, that skin that we gave you for free before is worth $1 billion, actually technically like 2 billion ISK. And that actually makes it feel okay. Like, as a person that has those Penumbral Shadow skins, now I feel kind of good about the fact that I have them, because now I don't have to go and get those, which also you couldn't get them for the races that you weren't participating in. So maybe I do want to go and get them for a different race than what I was helping with. So I can still do that. So I feel like this is actually the cleanest way they could have done this. It makes it available. It makes it not an easy ask to get it in case you want to get it. But it also retroactively almost increases the value of the skins if you got it as a giveaway. Now, should they do this with all of the skins? I don't think so. Maybe some other event skins or limited skins, maybe. Definitely not things like Invasion World Tour skins. Like, I do not want people to be able to buy a Casino Clash skin for $1 billion ISK. Maybe 100 billion ISK, but like the idea, if you are going to bring them back and make them available more broadly, it's nice for them to package with that the message, the ones that we already had are super valuable. And that actually made it feel kind of good. I think titles should be exclusive and never come back, but modules should. I agree. I think that with achievements and titles, I think that it's really, really fair for a title or an achievement to be time limited and not have a way of getting it again. Skins are a little bit different. Excellent for returning players who are people who gave stuff away and are coming back. Yeah, it really does suck for people to say like, oh yeah, you just can't get that skin. Sorry. Like even a Casino Clash, like theoretically speaking, people could still be selling those on the market. But the ones that only ever were bind on pickup, soulbound or whatever, making them available at huge cost actually doesn't feel bad to me. We should also be able to transfer Skinner skins to others. I mean, you can until you apply them. I hope they don't touch the interstellar conversion skins still handling. Well, again, like these are we're talking about skins that didn't drop before, because the ones that did drop before, those are still available. You could buy them in the market. Like if you want a warps conversion skin, you can get them today. You can make a new pilot that made a new character today, which, by the way, why would you do that? Do it tomorrow. But if you did, and you really wanted a warp conversion skin, you would just have to find somebody who had it and have enough money to give it to them, right? So that's still available in the world. But if you wanted to get the Penumbral Shadow skin, you would not be able to get that because you would have had to have done something years ago in order to get it. That's the difference. Be able to de-apply them. I have always loved the idea of like a skin, like you could buy an item for Plex that allows you to extract a skin license. So that way you could sell it again if you wanted to. That I wouldn't be too opposed to that, but that's not what we're talking about here. Ship balance changes. All Angel ships have now gained a 75% reduction in reload time for projectiles, which are notoriously long to reload. Great stuff for a flexible ship. Also, the Dramiel, Mechaball, and Cinnaball all gain their warp speed bonus has been increased from 25% to 50%, which means that their warp speed goes from 6.25 to 7.5, or 5.625 to 6.75, or 5 to 6 AU. So the fast ships are now faster. Mamba is still shit that fit. Hey, Malak has been flying around in a Mamba quite a bit, so something to think about, I guess. The Chemarash gets its warp speed bonus improved from 60% to 140. That's the, and the Maracha. These are the AT ships, right? Yeah, okay, whatever. We're avoiding boosting the Kizrael, Macariel, and Angel Capital warp speed at this time due to ongoing concerns around force projection, since these ships are more powerful and more suited for being doctrine ships. Yeah, boost to Macariels. Macariels definitely do not need a buff. They are incredibly popular, incredibly powerful ships, broadly. Merlin has had its max velocity increased to 320. It was slow for a brawling ship with no range bonus, so now it has that. The Mollusk Navy issue has been also made a little bit speedier. It looks like it, 10 meters per second faster. An extra hard point, a little bit of extra power grid and CPU to fit it. So the Mollusk Navy issue, by the way, when the Mollusk Navy issue first came out, it was the weakest of the Navy issue ships, that E-War ships, for good purpose. The Mollusk Navy issue ship was designed with one particular goal in mind, which was that at the time there was a lot of concern about people using stabbed ships, warp core stabbed ships in plexes. So the idea is that Mollusk Navy issue brings enough points to the field to basically disrupt people that are warp core stabbed. Now, obviously, lots of changes have happened since then, including warp core stabs not even being allowed in plexes anymore. But the Mollusk Navy issue has always kind of had this niche of being like the gate camp ship. It's the ship that can catch anybody regardless of the number of points that they have, just because of warp core stability they have because of the number of points it can bring to failed. But that's about it. And because of that, maximum purpose, its broader strength was pretty lackluster, right? It had its job, and it was good at that job and not really good at other things. So this is about kind of letting it be also just a decent combat ship broadly. So it's gaining the turret hardpoint and some fitting to do so. The Griffin Navy issue, which is a monster, gains max velocity, so it's a little bit faster, and its drone damage penalty is being reduced. So the Griffin Navy issue, again, when they did the jamming changes, the Griffin Navy issue really lost its soul, right? Because these are the whole point of the E-War Navy frigates are to be a more brawly idea of these E-War platforms. And so the idea of a brawly ship that jams you made sense when jams made it so you couldn't lock anybody. But when it made it so that you could always lock back the jammer, now basically all jamming ships rely on things like extreme range in order to prevent them from being just blapped. So the Griffin Navy issue was in a pretty awkward position, and so CCP, at the time FC Now, altered them to make it so that the jamming is in the drones. So the idea is that the Griffin itself is a combat platform that brings jam drones, and the jam drones jam out the target, while the Griffin is able to get its work done. And to that end, that meant that the Griffin had to have a bunch of drones. But they didn't want the Griffin to overshadow, say, the Tristan, and so they put big damage penalties on the drones. So that way, the only real drones that were overly useful for the Griffin was the jam drones. So this doesn't totally fix that. I mean, 70% penalty is still a big deal, but when it comes to say also running a Plex, right? You're going to want to have combat drones to maybe deploy in order to help you run the Plex as well. They're only going to do 30% of the normal damage, but that's still better than nothing. And that makes it so that the Griffin Navy issue is just a little bit more functional as an overall platform, not just its one gimmicky role of jamming out the opponent with drones while killing them, which is very fun to do, by the way. Yeah. Only one dares give me the raspberry. Cormorant Navy issue, small hybrid damage per level of Caldari Destroyer increased from 5% to 7.5%. So the Cormorant Navy issue was the lowest performing of all the different combat Navy issue ships that came out, destroyers, the last 4 that came out. So they're buffing it to bring it more in line with the rest. Augurer Navy issue has had its capacitor increased, its recharge time improved. So that's 2 bonuses towards capacitor recharge. It's now also 30 meters per second, or over 10% faster. And its agility has improved, so it's faster and also will get up to speed faster. But its mass has been increased. So I imagine the mass increase is going to compensate a little bit for the agility. Also increasing the mass of the Augurer Navy issue in the same as the Mauler, and then improving the agility and maximum velocity, keep align times and prop on speed the same now or slightly better. This speed adjustment will make the Augurer Navy issue faster when it is scrammed, improving range control and tracking while brawling. It will also mean that 1600mm plates fit will be both faster and more agile than before. Augurer Navy issue is already pretty dope. The Navy issue cruisers are pretty dope, especially at punching down. This is just going to make it better at it, so that's good. Dabber Fleet is gaining 30 CPU. Makes it fit better. Good. It makes it the same fitting as normal Stabber, which is pretty funny. The Deimos is getting 20 or 10% max velocity. Deimos needs to be faster because it's the short range focused one. Cenotaph got nerfed. Its damage goes from 0.8% to 0.6%, so that's a 20%, 25% reduction in total damage. The Cenotaph has been absolutely baller when it comes to outright damage output, so definitely makes it a little bit more reasonable. All command ships have had their cargo hold increased, so they can carry spare command bursts and charges, and more cap boosters. The Claymore has also received a rate of fire. The rate of fire bonus has been improved from 5% to 7.5% per level, so it's going to do a lot more damage on the Claymore than before. So that's a 50% increase to the amount that the bonus impact. It goes from 33.3% DPS to 37.5% DPS. It means the Claymore will not go through missiles as quickly. That's right. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. So what's interesting here is it used to be a rate of fire bonus, and now it's a damage bonus. The weird thing is, so the way that rate of fire works, just by the way haste works, is that it's not always just like a direct percent. Like firing 5% faster doesn't always necessarily mean doing more than 5% damage, just because of the way that haste works. So the point is that, though, rather than being too much of an increase of damage, this is about changing it from being firing more missiles to having your missiles do more damage. So you're actually going to do a little bit more damage, but more importantly, take a lot less ammo while doing so. So that's pretty cool. Less reloads, less stuff to carry around. The Astarte gets their hybrid damage bonus improved to 10%. It was rate of fire, and now it's damage, so it's the same kind of consideration. It goes from 11 to 11.25 turrets, but it also means that it takes less capacitor, and it takes less ammo. The damage bonus... So it already had a hybrid damage bonus, and it was improved to 10%. Wait. Yeah. Is that true? So now it's like double damage instead of speed? And then agility goes from 0.7 to 0.69. Nice. They literally reduced agility by 0.1 just so you can make a 6.9 joke. I appreciate that. This is a small DPS improvement. Much less capacitor and ammo to fire. That's the big one for the Astarte. The small agility tweak will also bring it below an 8-second align time. So that's pretty nice. Armageddon Navy issue has a 5% bonus to NOS and neutralizer fall-off bonus per level. We've talked about this before. Basically, the Armageddon, there's this weird relationship between the Armageddon Navy and the Valgorn, and it's a combination between ranges and strengths. So the Armageddon Navy issue kind of had lost the range bonus a little bit in order to do the other stuff that it does as a Navy issue. The but then it was kind of lackluster because of that. So now they're adding, because range is so important when it comes to neuting and nosses. So they're now getting that bonus for fall off that would normally be there for the Armageddon. They're now getting it added to the Armageddon Navy issue. So it's now not just a step down in that regard. The switch. The Maelstrom has had its velocity increased by 5 meters per second, which is roughly 5%. Signature radius has been improved, reduced by 60 meters, which is quite a bit, over 10%. Agility improved from 136 to 111, and drone capacity improved to be a full flight of heavy drones. So Maelstrom just gets made better, which is cool. Maelstrom was underloved in a highly competitive field, and now it's better. We made tweaks to the Maelstrom to improve its fleet viability in the Legion Major Update, which was largely successful in increasing its usage. We wanted to give it some further tweaks to help it be a more solo small gang environment without improving it directly for fleets, like improving Alpha Strike. Okay, so web drones. All of the web drones, we looked at the other web drone, it's very fast, but all of the web drones are getting a boost to their speed, which is critical to the way that web drones work. So heavy web drones will go from 1500 to 2000. Valkyrie will go from 2000 to 2750, and actually have an increase in shields, but also an increase in signature radius, which makes them easier to take damage. And the Warrior has been increased to 3200 meters per second, which makes it, I think, even wait, is that even faster than... That should be faster than the Galente one. I have no idea what's going on, man. The shield hit points and armor and hull hit points have been increased, but its signature radius... Oh, its signature radius was also reduced. So the Warrior is now going to be a little bit harder to kill and a lot faster. The medium one is faster, but a little bit easier to kill. But more hit points, so more recharge within the hit points as well. And the Berserker just goes faster. This is good for my wormhole farming? Yeah. Oh, does the Galente one have 3800 base speed? Was that right? I can read, I promise. Yep, maximum velocity 3840. You're right. You're right. So that's going to be faster than the Warrior. Yeah, so they really, really, really desperately want web drones to be good. We'll see if this helps. Oh yeah, they also are rebalancing all of the micro warp drives. So now, I'm sure I talk about this in one of my previous videos. I talk about this occasionally. There was a quirk where actually restrained micro warp drives were just better than enduring micro warp drives for most cases. They've been rebalancing enduring Tech 2 micro warp drives to make it so that now there is trade-offs. Like enduring is going to be better cap than restrained in general, and Tech 2 also is going to be pretty good too. It used to be that, like, there are people that argued that you shouldn't use Tech 2 micro warp drives. You should always use restrained. This definitely makes that situation a little bit more, like, logical, what you would expect. Enduring micro warp drives were almost always a non-choice over restrained because of the lower capacitor penalty, and the restrained micro warp drives usually provide close to the same capacitor benefit as enduring, while also providing the reduced signature radius penalty. So we're lowering the activation costs, so they're now a clear winner when choosing to specialize in lower capacitor costs. Tech 2 micro warp drives were also in a bad spot. They currently offer very minor speed boosts for increased fitting and higher activation costs, so we're lowering their activation costs and also the sig bloom penalty on them to make them more general upgrade if you're willing to pay the fitting cost for them. Yay! And then all hybrid Navy ammo LP store offers have been removed. You can no longer get Caldari Navy hybrid ammo. You will still be able to get Caldari Navy missiles, if I understand correctly. Yeah. But this makes it so that, like it used to be, so Caldari Navy and Galente Navy hybrid ammo are exactly the same. They just have different sources. So it's always been kind of like a thing of like who you want to support. Now, Caldari Navy hybrid ammo is a dying breed, and Galente are going to be the primary source for hybrid ammo. Navy, Caldari are going to be the primary source for missiles, and Minmatar remain the primary source for projectiles. Well, the T2 one is a little bit faster, but the point is that it's more that it was trying to keep it up so that way you don't have the signature radius penalty choice with the you want basically the Tech 2 to be better than the metas, right? So you had to improve it in a different way, even faster. I mean, you know, why not? Needlejack filament blueprints manufacturing. So this is an interesting one because, you know, obviously most needlejacks I thought came from just places as needlejacks. Do you actually have to build them? I don't even remember where. I don't know where needlejack blueprints come from. And Syndicate LP store. Well, the Syndicate LP store is going to go away in 6 months. So they changed the manufacturing of, I think, the bigger blueprints. I don't even know where these BPCs come from. They drop from cans and wormholes? Okay. Sure. Also, you can buy them apparently for LP. Adding evergreen sources for the 25 fleet member needlejack filaments and then reducing the cost of filaments down to a more reasonable price. So they're adding the 25s, at least the signal. Oh, signal and noise into LP stores. I don't know which LP stores exactly. Okay, so you're going to be able to buy the BPCs from LP stores. Got it. Is it ore? I mean, I guess it would make sense for ore. They don't say. The regular ore mining anomalies in wormhole space has had a small gameplay balance pass. All asteroids in these wormhole space anomalies have been upgraded to the highest yield 4 grade. Here's your wormhole expansion you've been asking for, guys. All of your ore is now grade 4. Congratulations, you have the best ore in the game. Why are you guys why are wormholers still complaining? Shouldn't you be happy? This is everything you've ever wanted. This is your wormhole expansion. I'm kidding. They also look prettier. Yay! The asteroid and most sites have been placed closer together, so that way as an improved quality of life. That's it. That's the whole thing. Cool. Best gas, best ore, wormhole OP confirmed? Absolutely. All right, so now that's it for here. We've looked at a lot of stuff. I think we've looked at all of the stuff I had prepared, except the Director's Chat. Let's jump into it. Director's Chat, we're going to set this playback speed to 1.25. We make sure to like the stream or the video, and I'll link it in chat right now so that way you guys can go and like it while we watch it. Let's jump into it.
Here for a Director's Chat for the Cradle of War expansion, joined by FC Ritati, FC Berger, and FC Okami. That's the first and
So just so you guys know who all these guys are, I want to introduce them. I always like to introduce who we're talking about. FC Swift is, of course, Elise Randolph, who's been a big member of the community for a very long time, then became a member of the community team for CCP, now FC. He's been a real good dude. If you don't know who he is, then you probably should. And so then we have FC Ritati. FC Ritati actually, he came from, well, he's been part of FC for a long time. He actually was part of the whole Dust 514 thing. That's why you often see him come out when they're talking about Vanguard as well. But after Project Nova kind of got canned, he got moved over to EVE Online proper, and has basically been the economy guy ever since then. So he became like the face of a lot of scarcity. He becomes, he's kind of the bearer of bad news when it comes to EVE balance and stuff. He's the one that tries to make sure that we're all reined in and things don't get out of control. But generally really good dude and whatnot. FC Berger, he more took over what you would think of like CCP Siegel's old position, where he's kind of the idea guy. He's the high level like excitement and whatnot. He's the guy that I talked to back in 2019 about the entire new player experience being moved over to ULI and stuff like that. He's very excitable, very creative. I think he came from like engineering, like more regular engineering. So he just really loves experimenting within these virtual spaces and trying stuff out. And then FC Okami is the newest one of all three of them. He showed up about a year ago, and he's kind of been the hero character of this story, where FC Ritati gets rolled out to give the bad news. Often FC Okami gives the good news. He's the one that has really been part of like the major update announcements, and he's really focused on targeting the pain points for players and giving them what they want. So these three people together help manage the overall goals and objectives of the EVE Online game. And so every expansion, they have their director's letter, which is their time to kind of sit down and talk from their perspective of everything that's coming. So that's what we're going to be watching right now.
Only time I'm going to get those titles correct. So don't worry about it. How's everything going, guys?
It is excellent.
Yeah, pretty awesome. Almost expansion time.
It's really good.
It has been just a minute since we chatted with everyone at FanFest. Also missing people at FanFest. It's one of those moments.
So it's weird, guys. I'm also seeing these weird dips in my viewer count. So I don't think it's you guys. I also don't even think it's me. It looks like there's something weird going on with YouTube. So hopefully the edited, like the VOD of it will be fine, or whatever it is. But we're just going to keep going.
Where we get so much crazy energy following FanFest, and then just kind of like a little bit of sadness and just solemnness when everyone's gone, and we just have each other basically. So that's what we got. And now we have you guys again that are chatting about.
Wait, which one's the Monopoly guy? Are you saying which one's the Monopoly guy?
Everything coming in Cradle of War. Right on. And
Also,
as you can see, we're all
mentioning the monocle.
representing some of the different empires in the spirit of the military campaigns. I am the wonderful Kaldari. Burger, who are you repping?
Galante for life.
Okami, were you always
In Rust we trust.
very, very,
Swift is the corporate overlord lackey, bootlicker.
very amazing, and Ritati, of course.
For God and country, but Galente is mine. I don't know why I ended up here, but it is
Because
what
you
it
would
is.
still go.
I love having introduced him that way. It's really funny. It's like sad face. Ritati, you get the one that everybody else gets to choose. You get the one that that's left. You get to be Amar. You know, the most controversial of the empires. I'm sorry, poor Ritati.
Put it in gold. That's why. And the military campaigns, everyone needs to contribute to one of them. You can also contribute to a bunch of them. But let's just start with military campaigns, right? One of the coolest things coming in Cradle of War, we talked about it a lot at FanFest. Players have now been able to see a little bit more of the contribution methods and kind of what's at stake for these empires. So I guess kick things off for us, Burger. How do you imagine the military campaigns going?
I'm very excited about military campaigns. I think it's a great opportunity for everyone to kind of do their part and find their place in New Eden. And it's something that we've been talking about for a very long time. We talked about this initially when we rolled out the version of the NP that we have today, that we need people on the home front to stitch the boots, and we need people to kind of funnel the war from the home front, and we're finally kind of delivering on these promises. And I think this is a beautiful opportunity for everyone to get their feet wet in the darkness of New Eden.
Jess says Amar should be marketed more as the Empire of Man, the Imperium of Man. Get the Warhammer fans excited about it. I mean, there is definitely something about like the fact that like Amarian ships are actually like churches, and like cathedrals. They should have kind of the most ostentatious art, for sure, and kind of the most inspiring in that regard.
Right on. And so I guess in terms of what type of player you expect to interact with the military campaigns, is there anyone in like particular that these are aimed for, or is it kind of more for everyone? But we're hoping maybe newer players come in. Is there any like assumptions that we have with these military campaigns going on?
I think it's for everyone, really. Like there is an activity there for everyone, whether you're a newer player, an industrialist, a miner, in factional warfare. Like there really is content here for everyone. And I think, if you're already doing those things, there might just be extra value for that, a little bit more risk in the things you're already doing. But for me, really, it comes down to like when I return to an expansion, if I'm a newer player, it's really nice to have something that says like, what is the context of what's happening in EVE right now, and how can I be a part of something? And I can just kind of be like, I'm a Minmatar player. What's Minmatar up to? Okay, they're trying to accomplish this. Okay, well, I'm going to help, right? Well, how can I do that?
And this is what I like. I mean, there's always been this complaint that it's like, oh, it's a sandbox. It should be player driven and stuff. But like without having something going on, like people are like, oh, what is there to do? And you're like, whatever you want. And it's like, well, that's actually just a non-answer. So like the fact that there always is something and you can just decide whether or not that's interesting to you or if you want to do something else, it's so critical, man. Like, hey, what's going on? Nothing. Go make something going on. Okay, that seems hard.
And there's something that clearly kind of guides me to that space and gives me some direction to start helping.
No, absolutely. The campaigns are also just an evolution of
Hey, man, Amar girls are pretty. That's fine. Ash is an Amar girl.
us formalizing ways to let players impact
Or
the universe. So it's really trying to create cool gameplay for everyone. Like you said, we talk about global participation. We want people to, from nullsec all the way to faction war, we want to have a way to interact with these, so you don't have to go to a certain place or feel excluded from the campaign. So these ones in particular, it doesn't mean that every faction campaign, because we can make faction campaigns in the future, will have that, but like at least these four, the Empire should be the stepping stone towards that. But it's going back to Shadow War campaign, it's going back to the Gate to Stain, it's going back to like Triglavians. It's building on that foundation of how do we actually make it real for players to change the world, and not just like in one-offs, but kind of. Yeah, so this is a natural evolution, and I couldn't be happier with this whole thing.
Yeah, and it's really important for, when you have players that are not necessarily into deep with the empires or into deep with the big kind of player organizations. This is a way for them to kind of participate in the larger story and feel like they're a part of something bigger without having to join a group or join a Discord server or all those things up front. Jump in, do some fun stuff, bump into people, join up with them, join their Discord server, and make new friends.
Nice.
I'm just going to grab a couple things you guys said that's really cool too. At the heart of it, it is a universe storytelling vehicle. And when I think of the story of Eve is crafted by our players. And so when we created this, we really did look back to the Triglavian moments and the Shadow Wars and all of these beats where players were able to participate and shape the outcome of the universe. And that's kind of what's at the heart of campaigns. And what FC Ratati said that's really cool and I want to highlight is right now we are focusing on the empires, but this is an ongoing framework that we could use campaigns to tell a Triglavian story or an SOCT story if we wanted to in the future. And so right now they are military campaigns focused on the empire, but this is something that we're going to be working with for a long time to come and be telling many stories with.
Yeah, that is a big thing. Like this is like the simplest, most obvious version of the military campaigns. They can't necessarily be contested too much. They are the empires, but you could theoretically put different military campaigns that start at different times. You gotta remember, if the goal is eventually to have these NPCs factions being like almost run by an AI, what if there's capacity for these AIs to initiate a military campaign of their own, right? What if you don't have to wait at the expansion break for it? What if it's just a tool for distribution of content that new military campaigns could start, shorter military campaigns could happen? This is just a it's a tool for content and interfacing between NPC efforts and player efforts. So very, very cool.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that was going to be one of...
Also, yes, hold on. There used to be special Conid stations. Yeah, I showed off some of the pictures of them in a previous one. It'd be really cool to get some of the old Conid models back. And I do love all of the stuff with flora and fauna and all that stuff. I think Vanguard will explore this stuff a lot. There is actually quite a bit of stuff about animal life in Eve. It might be a cool thing to do a segment on if I ever have something I need to do and don't have a million other things to cover. That could be a fun thing to explore. But yeah, anything that involves getting a deeper look at the different things of the universe, a better understanding of the universe itself, I'm always behind that.
One of my next questions, we know this is coming in Cradle of War with the four empires. They each have their own objective that they're going for, but it's something that you just touched on, and just touched on quite eloquently, that it's going to continue going on to the future expansions. There's going to be a military campaign for who knows what, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, do
you think it'd be cool if they added some NPC ships like cargo haulers flying between stations to make space livelier? Fun fact, those exist. Those have existed forever. If you actually sit outside of a station, you can often just see a hauler undock. There are signs of life NPCs out there. Most people don't notice them, but they do exist for sure.
Immediately comes to mind pirate campaigns could be very cool, right? maybe Angels and Garista campaigns in the future. What's how have these campaigns impacted the pirate factions, and what is their story? So
a viewer of mine loves the lore of the game. I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
Be prepared for more in the future. And I think if you're excited by what's here now, just think of the possibilities as we tell different and interesting stories that you can be a part of, but also like foundationally change the landscape of New Eden as well.
And what's also really cool here is that these campaigns are not necessarily bound by time. So in theory, we could also move some of our events to this system, and we could start building short campaigns, for some of the corporations in EVE, or the more obscure entities that don't really get the love that they deserve.
Wait, who could what be? Did I miss a piece? Did I miss a thing? Did they say something? Hold on.
Start building by
Eden as well. Excited by what's here now, just think of the possibilities as we tell different and interesting stories that you can be a part of, but also like foundationally change the landscape of New Eden as well.
And what's also really cool here is that these campaigns are not necessarily bound by time. So in theory, we could also move some.
Do you think Cal Navy hybrid ammo will become a collector's item? On a long enough timeline, yes, but there's so much of it out there already. The fun thing is that the real fun thing, actually, I used to hate lore, but either I'm getting old or Ash is slowly wearing myself. It's just, look, the thing is that when we think about RP, we usually think about people being like, forsooth, and, whatever, but lore is just understanding what's going on. It's having a deeper understanding of what's actually happening. And so, that's cool. Hold on. It doesn't say that it's going to be converted. It just says it's going to be no longer available. But if we... It might be converted. That'd be one way to do it. I wonder, though. If we go here... Wait. Oh, no, that's Alliance. If we go look for community fittings, we go to, like, Destroyer. Not a Corax. That's not going to work. Cormorant? This has Null and Void in it? I guess. Sure. It says normal antimatter. My point is that there's going to be fits that exist that use Navy. I guess not the community fittings, but there's going to be fits out there that just come with faction ammo in the fit. And people are going to have to either update their fits. It's not going to be in any of... Yeah, none of the actual community fittings are going to be that way. But there's going to be a lot of people that have fits that just have Navy ammo, or like Caldari Navy ammo. And so it'll grab those either way. So it'll still probably be used. Over time, it will increasingly become a collector's item. But it will take a long time for that to happen. It'll take a very, very, very long time for that to happen. I mean, you're going to see a bit of an uptick because suddenly there's like a premium on it. It's slightly a collector's item. So it's just going to increasingly be better to use Federation Navy ammo instead of Caldari Navy ammo. Of course, unless they mass convert. Okay, well, no, so that's BS. Right now, every Empire has one Navy ammo type, except for the Caldari, which get two. That's the problem. So if the Caldari lose the Caldari Navy hybrid, they still have Caldari Navy missiles. So now missiles are Caldari, hybrid are Galente, lasers are Amar, and projectiles are Mimitar. When it comes to Navy ammo, that seems fair. So hilarious if someone goes to buy a Cormorant Navy issue and loses 600 million because the ammo is rare. Yeah, you know. They should get everyone two then. I mean, that is a way to do it. I think that I've always thought it was a little bit fun that there was Caldari Navy hybrid and Galente Navy hybrid as a faction warfare pilot, because it was like it was fun to get onto people that had fits that had Caldari Navy on it and be like, we're not buying ammo from our enemy. Like, it had a cool vibe to it, but I can definitely understand why for balance that they're doing it, especially with so many other things being moved and added to the LP stores. It's important to keep those balanced. We will eventually convert existing Caldari Navy hybrid ammo to Federation Navy at a later point. I don't like that. They should not do that. Yep, but it says so right there. So eventually, in the next 6 months, like when they get rid of Caldari Navy owning the JITA. Something like that.
Some of our events to this system, and we could, you know, start building short campaigns.
So yes, do not buy a whole bunch of Caldari Navy ammo thinking it's going to become worth more, because it's just going to get converted to Federation Navy ammo at some point.
You know, for some of the corporations in EVE, or you know, the more obscure entities that don't really get the love that they deserve.
Yeah, and even NPC null, I think it's a very
please send mail to. I mean, I can. My name is Ashtarothi. I'm not on Ashtarothi right now, but you can just send it to Ashtarothi, same as my channel name.
underutilized
Cycle down. Okay.
area is to have some activities in that. It's really, I can't remember anything really
I'm not
that has
showing
happened
anything.
in NPC null for ever, I guess. But I think all of those factions deserve to be working on something. So I think it could be really cool as a role-playing fantasy to work for Blood Raiders or Choristas or anything else.
Yeah, I remember very early on starting with EVE, I wanted to work with the Serpentis. I thought they were the coolest people. I went out to Fountain, it died horribly trying to get there. Never really managed to live there full time early in my career, but I still had like this fantasy of like, I'm going to be one of the coolest like pirates ever. I'm going to fly their pirate ships all the time. So it'll be neat. Like somewhere down the line, maybe there's a military campaign where the Serpentis are asking me to do something. And if the people that contribute to it like succeed, maybe they get a cool objective that changes the EVE world forever. That is something that I think a lot of players will get really excited by, being like, yeah, I'm the one that is responsible for the Niarja Gate not existing anymore, or just for...
I do brag about that a lot. That's true. Also, where were you when Amar invades Stain?
Or like the Amar trade empire being a little bit better than Jita.
Any have an idea on how to save Caldari Navy ammo? No, if they're going to convert it, then it's just that entire item will just be converted. It doesn't matter where it is.
You said forever. I think it's interesting. Some of these might be clawing back something we already did, and I think that's so. If we had this tool back when we did the Gate to Stain, like that would have been a campaign. Like clearly, we should have made that a campaign. So I don't think there's any reason to write off like what if there's a clawback Niarja campaign and we want to re-win that, etc. So I think there's ways.
If there's a military campaign that does end up fighting back for Niarja, I think I could accept that. This idea that they should just get Niarja back for nothing, like obviously I push back on that pretty heavy. But if there was like a real military campaign where Edencom attempts to resecure certain systems within Pochvin, I think that could be pretty cool. It doesn't really make sense that Edencom has made 0 moves to disrupt Pochvin.
To change the universe now, just by putting a goalpost down and saying, if you want this, fight for it. My favorite conversation has been, why?
It'd be even cooler if there was a military campaign that was required to unlock a military campaign, right? Like they have to do a thing, and if they succeed, only then does, like, multiple military campaigns worth of effort are required to unlock that sort of capability, but we'll see.
Can we add more NPC stations and drones or something like that? I think that is now obviously just a campaign result. Like if enough people want to have something, we put it down as an achievable thing. And if you manage to build an NPC station and drones, then that's pretty cool. And maybe there's
NPC stations in drone lands when? Yeah, no, I've said this before, like that is actually a good point. If there's like some sort of story, if there's an effort to colonize drone lands and make some of it NPC space, that could be cool. But again, just giving it to players, just like a patch note or like a news about it, that'd be pretty weak sauce. So
there's a fight again to.
Oh yeah, that's right. Aura Guidance has now rolled out for more people, by the way. So you should be able to see Aura Guidance. I actually have it on my account too now, on this character. I didn't see it on Ash, but I did see it on this character. So I think half of the accounts are probably getting Aura Guidance now. Good luck, guys.
Rip it down if it happens.
That is neat. Giving players a lot of power to to add chaos into the universe. I think Eve players are the best at adding chaos to the universe. If there's ever a choice between something that's like sensible or something that breaks everything, I know what I think Eve players are going to always go for, which is the breaking everything, and that's part of the fun too.
Hell yeah, we can't wait to see how people interact with this. And like honestly, whenever we design something, we think about what our expectations might be, but then we always know that there's this fear of like, I have no idea. I have no idea how people are actually going to use this thing, and I'm excited and interested by that. So we're going to keep doing these, and we're going to iterate on them. So surprise us. I can't wait to be surprised.
I think the CC test has gone great. We'll be collecting feedback a lot, and obviously there's feedback about, the different factions or different empires getting different rewards and not maybe the same perceived value of those. And we're ready to listen. Like some of this is it's a work in progress. We need to find what's actually like meaningful. Sometimes the meaning comes from the actual change and the collaboration, but like we should try to strive for like equal impact or kind of somehow like being beneficial to like to all of the participants. We won't get like there's no way to have perfect parity, but like I think the feedback is really good.
Yeah, and something we actually talked about in the lore panel or the narrative panel at FanFest. We are starting to embrace way more kind of the asymmetry of the game as well, and that's something that.
Any chance for military campaigns for pirates or minor factions, in your opinion? I mean, that's basically what they said, right? Like this first iteration is just to set the standard for it. But yes, absolutely. I would imagine, obviously they have like this is a 3 expansion chain. I don't know when in that chain of 3 they're going to start experimenting with that stuff. But assuming that this stuff is popular in any level, if this is successful, then they're going to be very interested in exploring what else they can do with it for sure.
It was something that kind of held us back kind of in the past, but we are more and more starting to think about like, okay, how can we just look at Gallente now? We saw that with the Gallente elections earlier this year, where we kind of give Gallente a bit more love and attention because they just need to reach kind of the same status.
It's a little weird to me that they're harping on new player experience, but they have an autopilot that gets you killed if you use it. LOL. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. I mean, it makes you more vulnerable to ganking for sure, but I mean, most new players that are just autopiloting aren't necessarily going to get ganked, and autopilot will stop if you get to low sec or null sec anyway, so you actually can't just accidentally, unless you turn that feature off. Autopiloting is fine, it's just inefficient.
I guess as the other empires, they need to reach the same level of cool as the other empires. Let's just be blunt about it.
Wait, what? Hold on.
We saw that with the Gallente elections earlier this year, where we kind of give Gallente a bit more love and attention because they just need to reach kind of the same status, I guess, as the other empires. They need to.
Oh no, they're pitying us, Gallente. That isn't what I was wanting.
Need to reach the same level of cool as the other empires. Let's just be blunt about it. So yes, we will absolutely strive to make sure that the outcomes of these military campaigns will be relatively even or at equal grounds. But we're also okay with creating some asymmetry, and you won't always have like the exact same outcomes for each empire. And some empires might be trying to build a massive new station, while another one is trying to build a gate, and the third one is trying to reform their tax system, and that's just.
Also, if you're going to make the Gallente cool, why do you make the Gallente's task the least interesting of all of the tasks when it comes to like a reward?
Kind of a possibility for the future.
Yeah, I think to just keep adding on to that, really, like we have been responding to feedback that we've had about rewards, specifically the Amar rewards. That's something we're taking into account. So the playtesting cycle has been really helpful, and listening to everybody's feedback is great. But this is really, there should be some texture in this design too. And so it's going to be hard for us, I think, if every, series of campaigns, everything is as equal as one another, that may not be as interesting. So I think there is some motivation and some story and some narrative behind all of this as well. And I think the biggest thing is just to ride it out with us. So maybe one series of campaigns, the rewards for one faction don't feel as grand as another, but who knows what's next, right? Because there is something coming next. And I think to be patient and to be a part of this ongoing journey, because Eve it's an ongoing journey that we're all a part of. So let's ride it out together and keep giving us feedback, because we will incorporate that into what comes next as well.
Contrary to what people say, ISK per hour isn't the only thing.
Whoa, hot take.
Yeah, it's fun.
I'm telling you, Bertotti's there just to say the hard things and be the lightning rod for everyone's hate.
Or chaos, right? Like it's fun to think about Eve. I've always imagined Eve as like several games in a trench coat pretending to be one game. So what is like, from my play style, one of these outcomes is clearly going to be the best. But for someone else, like it might be another campaign that is the best for them, right? Like a trader might have a different perspective than a PvPer, who might have a different perspective than a wormholer, and so on. So like it's kind of neat to see everyone's going to be fighting for what.
Seventh Heaven says there should be some texture in the design too. All right, boys, the Gallente are getting Mimitar armor plates. Well, I mean, the Gallente already get bonuses to Mimitar drones, which is very bizarre to me.
They think is the best, maybe advocating for their group. Like there's going to be like a need to create propaganda for some of these campaigns to get some more support for the thing that you want. You can't just like, no matter how good you are at the game, you can't just go and do it yourself. You can't just have your like small group of friends push one campaign to victory. You're going to need some support from someone else.
And just to go full on tacky on this, like for a lot of players, this is all about the journey, not the destination.
CCP saw the Gallente lose every event they've ever been. Now they have to save them. LOL. Gallente were absolutely dominant for like almost a decade. It just so happened that when CCP started focusing on like events that change things and like involve competition, that was after that. Like from 2011 to 2018 or so, the Gallente were highly dominant within the war zone. You know, eventually apathy and just decay kind of collapsed. They collapsed into civil war and other things. They lost their advantages. And of course, Caldari came back swinging in an uprising really did solidify that. And they haven't really been in a losing position ever since. But it is funny to see people talk about this because for years, the Gallente just had unchallenged dominance in the war zone for like almost a decade.
Oh, but I love that, you know, behind it all, under it, like Eve is the ultimate science fiction, right? Like there is a universe that people live in, and there are these empires, and there are these factions that people feel motivated and excited by, like Mimitar, let's go, right? Like let's rally behind.
Yes, that's true, but there isn't a PSA that says don't use autopilot if you want to live in these places. You have to go to YouTube and learn from there. Yeah, but I would say that somebody who's going into lowsec and nullsec have quite a few lessons to learn before they're successful. And I think that don't use autopilot. Like the key here is to start getting people to start listening to other players, right? And that is the easy piece of advice that literally every single player can give to every other player. Don't rely on autopilot. Right? That's that first thing that when you talk to somebody and you're just trying to figure out what to do, they can chime in and be like, oh, don't use autopilot. So, you know, it's okay for that to be like a journey that people go into before you've talked to anybody, before you're figuring out anything, when you're just doing the new player experience stuff, it's perfectly fine to use autopilot. I mean, I would, if the tutorial was like, okay, I never use autopilot in lowsec, I would then push back and be like, the real thing you need to know before you go into lowsec is to use dscan, and it doesn't introduce to you dscan at all. So there are definitely some things that you have to learn before you take those next steps, and a lot of that does come from other players or by reaching out to the community or, you know, doing your own research and stuff. Some of that should be introduced. Dscan should be at some point introduced into the game, but it's not just as simple as don't use autopilot.
Behind a cause and to change the universe together. So I'd love to see what people do from a role-playing perspective. I'd love to see how people kind of respond to the forces in the universe. So that's a very exciting part of this.
It's true. They should definitely make the Galmal be able to have cosmetic ears if they succeed in their campaign. That would change everything.
Yeah, well, I'm very excited to see that military campaigns for the empires. I personally am probably rooting for the Minotaur the most. I want to see phased fields in high sec. I think that's really cool. But you know, the Blessed Exchange is also very nifty. I want Oz to tell me how to make money on this endeavor once the MR achieve victory, or hopefully they achieve victory. But moving on to that, let's talk about some spaceships. We make a spaceship video game. We got to have some spaceships. So we've got command carriers that are coming in. So 4 new Tech 2 carriers that are going to be coming in with Cradle of War, and 4 Navy destroyers. Okami, do you want to like walk us through kind of what the thought process is around having those 2 very different styles of ships?
Yeah, I think, first of all, there's quite a few new ships coming in this expansion, which is very cool and exciting. I think there's 8 new ships, all in all. And really the kind of thought process and the philosophy behind this, we saw huge sort of like joy and resonance with people in Catalyst when we introduced a new ship that was an everyday ship, right? Like something that people could just moment to moment and in their early game journey begin to use regularly. And so we're sort of carrying that philosophy forward into this expansion, and therefore we see the Navy destroyers as a thing that people can get into quite early and use regularly. And it's something that's just going to be there, and it's going to become a staple of the game. But then we also wanted to take something that people had been talking about quite a bit, which was carriers, what their role in EVE was.
I love all your guys' stories. I'm not going to react to all of them individually, but you guys talking about your autopilots and early game experiences are very fun.
And create these sort of like new sort of stretch goals and these big, you know, gems that people could work towards that are going to be more expensive and more specialized in what they do, but kind of lend to the sort of weight of the end game and the epic battles of EVE as well. So we really kind of spread ourselves out across that spectrum. So something a little bit for whether you're a new player or just want something every day, or whether you're stretching into the sort of the end game of EVE and looking for something new there.
We want carriers fixed. Okay, we're gonna work on carriers. Here are new Tech 2 carriers. Wait, what? Are they at least better than normal? Do they fix what's wrong with carriers? They bring bursts. Okay, but that's not what made carriers not great. Are you going to fix what carriers struggle with? You have new command carriers. Oh, okay. Fair enough, I guess.
Right on. And do you have a favorite ship of the 8 that are coming in?
I like the Emir.
I think everyone loves the Emish. It's just so badass.
I'm a huge fan of the old Caldari. No, I stole it from me.
Yeah, the old Chimera model.
Yeah.
I still think that the Chimera one is going to be the most broadly valuable one, because those ECM fighters are going to make it the most like survivable for like skirmishy stuff, and of course the Amar one are likely for like big armor fleets and stuff. But the Caldari one is like, if you're going to be using it by itself, or is it like the only support ship for a broader hot drop, I think that those ECM drones are going to be the most valuable one, with maybe the Newt drones coming in next. But like I said, we've talked about this before.
I have fond memories, so that's my favorite ship. Bring that back. A chunky boy. But I think it's interesting to go back to the journey of one capital at a time thing that we've kind of doing, or maybe not, like ship type in some way. So this really started back in some CSM. It's pretty far gone. But we were wargaming there, and I think Aerith was there, Test Vili, like, so someone can remember which one is CSM 14 or something. I can't remember. But there was this rock, paper, scissors kind of wargame whiteboard that we were going through. And a lot of the paths that we're on right now like are built on that, trying to establish one thing at a time and really trying to fix it. So battleships, and also cost at the same time. Like, what's the right cost? So battleships was the first kind of stepping stone, and trying to get them down to 250 mil or whatever the right number is. Then going to Marauders, trying to find them a place, and then going to Dreadnoughts, figuring out what Navy Dreadnought means, T2 Dreadnought means. Then the obvious next step is to go to carriers, figure them out. What is a T2? What is a Navy? But on that board, there's also...
Should have been a fax.
We're also trying to kind of...
Or just honestly, hot take, just remerge faxes and carriers. Just merge faxes and carriers. Make every fax into a carrier. Give carriers the ability to have triage again. It was a fun experiment, but at this point, they might as well just be one ship again.
Figure out the future at the same time, because we are always trying to figure out a counter to super caps, escalation here. What is a fleet of faxes? What is that?
Forgive me, they were discovered a while ago. You said that they're removing Caldari Navy ammo from the LP stores. Is that in the patch notes? Yes, it is. Right here. All Caldari Navy hybrid ammo LP store offers have been removed, and then it says that they'll eventually convert Caldari Navy hybrid ammo into Federation Navy hybrid ammo. You will still be able to get Caldari Navy missiles, but now the hybrid ammo will be a Galente only.
What does that do here? How will that not become overpowered, etc.? So a lot of it is like one kind of firm step, then figure stuff out, then another one. So I know that people are not like T1 carriers aren't fixed. No, but we're going to learn something from here, because now we have like a different type of command ship. We need to see how that pans out. Does that break anything? We figure that out, and maybe we figure out that we need to fix or improve carriers now. But we also changed faxes in the last major update. So
it would have been cool if the command carrier had a boost that affected everyone in the entire system. Like it had an effect that affected everyone in the entire system. So if you didn't like it, you had to hunt down that carrier and kill it or stop it. But like it affects everybody in the system. Then it could be like a wormhole effect too.
Going to a triple cap, or if I remember correctly. So like there's also stuff there that like we haven't seen necessarily pan out in the new meta. So we have to be careful. We don't want to like change too many things at the same time. But I'm just super excited about just taking this capital ship, adding stuff to it, fixing it, and moving to the next one. Whether it's super carriers next or faxes or something new, we don't know. But we need to kind of measure a little bit.
It has been really fun to see how the just the meta overall has changed just in the last year. We've seen a lot more carriers out in space. Excuse me. Some of them a lot smaller scale, I think, than we expected. Of course, every once in a while we'll see some massive amounts of capitals and carriers out there too. But how they act is like very different when it's on a small scale versus a medium scale versus a large scale. So it is very tricky to do. So I like the idea of just going through, making some iterative changes, adding a new puzzle piece, waiting to see how that affects things, and then kind of like just smoothing out the corners, as you say, as we go along. I still like last summer when we had remote rep Abaddons, which were absolutely unhinged and crazy, just to have remote repairing battleships again. So good on you, Minotaur Fleet Alliance, for being absolutely bonkers trying new things.
Yeah, and there's stuff that we've talked about that bringing tactical recloners to carriers in some way, kind of maybe somehow respawning fighters. That's something that we talked about. Also trying to maybe figure out hot dreads at the same time. Like now that we have a competition for subcap bashing, like maybe there's a balance to be struck there. So it's always a careful meta to figure out.
Yeah, a lot of stuff for players to figure out. Like we give them so many tools. Sometimes it does take a few months for these things to pan out and for someone to just have that moment where they're just like, oh, I can do this with this thing. This is a cool way to utilize this tool. Okami, I think you said it best. Like we give players a lot of tools. We have some ideas of how they might be used, but we know there's always going to be some hidden case scenario that goes and completely breaks everything. The best kind of way to design stuff.
Yeah,
I don't think you need to ban Sinos and Lowsec. I think that's not necessarily useful. I think that giving faction warfare pilots or faction warfare people the ability to Sino jam in their systems could be really good. I've been asking, like they mentioned that back in like 2011 and then never did it. I think that giving the ability to jam out systems easier, especially in faction warfare, to control their systems and almost make it so that now the faction warfare corps that own the systems can negotiate with nullsec because they can now control whether or not somebody can move through their area easier. Like that, I think, has always had potential, and it's really sad that they haven't explored it too much yet.
It's embracing that sort of chaos and also knowing like there's no way we can think through everything that everybody's going to do. And I think part of the joy is letting everybody discover what they can do and break those things, right? So I always say we're going to fix one thing and break two other things, and then we'll fix one of those and they'll break two other things, and this is the way we build EVE. This is just how it goes. Embrace that.
I love it. And kind of segueing into that, like new players learning all of the craziness that is EVE, coming Cradle of War, we'll have Exordium. I mean, we already have Exordium right now, at least in some level. Burger, tell me a little bit about like what the concept behind Exordium was and why you kind of feel it's important to exist in EVE.
I mean, our goal is to have EVE last forever and have EVE outlive us all. And we can't really do that unless we have a steady stream of new players coming into the game. And, you know, we've done a lot in the last few years to improve the early onboarding of new players, but there is still a cliff, and there's still a pretty dramatic cliff. And we know that, you know, there is good complexity.
I will say, push back on the Sino thing. Now, obviously, JITA itself is now no longer in the war zone, but getting things in and out of JITA is still, you know, pretty challenging for different faction warfare groups. So, as a Gallente faction warfare like leader from back in the day, I can tell you that like the reliance on jump freighters to supply the war zone is huge. So completely banning Sinos in faction warfare space would be crazy impactful and not in a good way for faction warfare pilots, to be frank.
And then there is, you know, bad complexity in EVE. And one of the really challenging things to teach new players is, you know, when they get ganked, when they get suicide ganked in their first day, week, month of game. And yeah, I mean, a lot of people say that that's a part of, it's a part of your EVE experience to be ganked. But if you have no idea why you died, like, you don't learn anything from it. And
the interesting thing about this is that most new players don't actually get ganked, right? Like sometimes you'll see people ganking ventures just for the fun of it or whatever, but like the newer pilots are low priority targets most of the time when it comes to ganking. The problem though is the fear of it, right? This is about psychology, getting people to go out there and feel comfortable doing stuff. So just like the assurance that they can't be is so important, because like I said, like they won't meaningfully be ganked, but the fear of it causes them to not engage with it at all. And so it's better to just give them a small pocket of assurance so they can gain their confidence, gain their understanding of it, and then, venture deeper where things matter.
Whoever ganked you doesn't really gain anything if this new player drops off and never logs in again. Like, that's one fewer souls to.
Yeah, people protested even the ability for faction warfare to put up Sino-jammers. People were really upset when EdenCom started putting down Sino-jammers. If they tried to actually remove Sinos from LowSec, it would be the end of the world when it comes to people being upset at the game.
Built an empire, one fewer.
And I think it would just be bad for LowSec long term. I think that you could challenge how much dominance Titans and Supers have in LowSec, but Sinos themselves are a pretty essential piece of it at this point.
Souls to kind of be a part of your history going forward. So we've been talking about this type of space for a very long time. How, a space where new players can test things out, they can kind of get their feet wet, and they can ease into the difficulty curve of New Eden. And Exordium is that. That's kind of a kind of space owned and occupied by Air. And each of the 4 empires have an embassy system or few embassy systems in Exordium. So we can allow players to kind of take their first steps into New Eden, get to know the lore, get to know the empires, and kind of make more meaningful, better decisions with more competence. We're building the space for players not to stick around. We're kind of pushing them out, and we will continue.
It would be kind of cool for there to be a thing where it's like you are the ganker. Like part of the MPE is that they give you like a destroyer, and you have to directional scan multiple places to figure out where your target is, and then warp to them and kill them, just to at least get you in the headspace of the people that are doing this.
To work on this in the November expansion and in the summer expansion in 27. And we're really, like, for this expansion, we're really trying to learn, like, how long should a player stay in there? Like, should it be a day? Should it be a week? Should it be a month? And this is some of the things that we will start to figure out. We actually decided to deploy the space earlier to allow players to go in and start, putting stuff on the market, setting up.
Well, you could theoretically say no standard Sinos, but you can allow industrial Sinos, and then you could still have blops and you could still have jump freighters. You just wouldn't have capitals. But even then, I think that I personally like the idea of like adding carrier hot drops was the better solution to me, because like the fact that Titans had exclusive rights to bridging was the big problem. The fact that carriers can now hot drop makes LowSec more interesting, not less interesting. You could theoretically, if you really, really, really wanted to ban normal Sinos but not industrial Sinos, that could work. I just don't see that as being very good. Like, I don't see why that would make LowSec better to have no Sinos.
Up, recruitment and planning out like how they want to navigate, because there's a lot of fantastic EVE players that help new players get going, and we're working very closely with many of these players to figure out how exactly we want to tune it, how exactly we want to kind of do the onboarding in the most successful way.
Also, shout out to players. So
you can field bigger ships in faction warfare without getting hot dropped. I mean, but it already happens. Like, they've severely restricted what things can be Sinos. People use bigger ships a lot more than they used to. I mean, I see Marauders out there in LowSec now. I see battleships in battlefields all the time. So I don't know. I feel like we're actually in a pretty. I think that LowSec is in a pretty awesome spot right now. I wouldn't necessarily think of any dramatic changes per se, because I think I think that LowSec is probably in the best place of any space right now.
40 minutes, figured out how to score kills in Exordium. So good job. Keep
pew.
The only problem with Sinos is that you don't have any tools to counter that gameplay. It would be much better to add negative effects after jumping through a Sino. But what? I mean, there are ways of impacting the Sino. Like, you can kill the Sino. Capitals are very, very slow to like lock or do stuff. I don't know. Having done a lot of stuff in LowSec, I just don't see this as being an overly big problem. And a lot of LowSec people really want to be able to bring out their big toys too. Dread Brawls in LowSec have been very, very popular this last year. So I don't know. I don't know. I just don't see the problem.
And PI Pokos.
Oh yeah, they dropped Pokos in the planets that are unkillable now. Don't worry, we'll figure something out with those. Don't worry.
The Hand of God.
To kind of leap off of all of this too, just to add on to what Edgar was saying, is like we know like what is special about Eve is the complexity and depth of it, and bringing players together to solve those challenges through like a unified force and organization and friendship and all of these things. So in order for us to keep kind of expanding that over many years, like we're going into our third decade here, we also have to look at like the context of the newer players entering this ecosystem. Like there's 23 years of systems and content that they're coming face to face with now that everybody else got to grow into together, right? If you've been around for a while. So how do you introduce people to all of that all at once? And also just sort of the expectations of gamers and people who might be interested in an experience like Eve coming in today is different than maybe 10 years ago. And so we need to kind of make space for those people in order for us to keep expanding the challenge and complexity and the puzzles and wonders of the Eve universe. So it's really about kind of supporting both of these things together.
I guess I'd have to ask, like, what is the power projection problem in LowSec? Like I said, I think that just giving us the capacity, especially in faction warfare, if a faction warfare pilot could anchor a Sinojammer in a system that is owned by that faction, I think that alone could be the X factor that like shakes up a bunch of stuff. But I don't necessarily agree that power projection is that big of a problem in LowSec right now.
But it also shouldn't.
There's a great video called The Power of LowSec that explains it. I will look into that. I don't have a ton of time left. We've already been going for almost 4 hours, and I'm trying to get done with this. I got a phone call earlier, and I told him to call back in like 30 minutes. So we'll see, but we're trying to get through this now. But I think that will be something that could be a topic to dive into deeper another time.
Just be like a kindergarten in that sense. So we want to fill it.
Somebody who knows what they're talking about, make sure to DM me in Discord that link so that way I can see it later.
With cool stuff. We want to create campaigns that happen inside Exordium, kind of feel like they're being almost recruited, like there's a competition for their talent. They're not just random noobs, they're kind of new gods that need to learn and fight, but they're not mere mortals. But we need to show them and teach them that they are powerful, and the new epic arc may be helpful for that, but also just more NPCs, maybe quests, etc. Like just make it feel alive and more together. Also, less split up is a big part of the new design. Is that we're all here. We called it like the class of 26. Like we all joined here and we have like a bond now, and kind of we graduate together, or like it's way better than being all over the place in disparate places based on which school you picked accidentally and the character creator and all this.
This is such a big deal that I actually have been kind of in my head starting to think of this as almost like Eve 2.0, because like if you've tried Eve before, this is going to be the time to come and try it again. Between Exordium and the new player experience, the new epic arc, like this might have it. There are a lot of people that played the game and then for whatever reason didn't find it enough for them or right for them. And, we want those players too. It's good that the people that stick with Eve enjoy Eve. But honestly, like if we have more people that play Eve because there's so many people on the forums and other places where they're like, I just play Eve because I really like looking at the space and hearing the music. If all you do is want to live in Eve or in Exordium, I still want you to have a place in this game. I still want you to be part of our community. And if you ever evolve into being something more than that, then that's great. And if not, then that's great. But Eve has room for more than what it already is. So
that's the kind of like there's a Unity Academy kind of.
Tree plus one. I don't know what you posted, but if it's word, it counts it as a link automatically. Sorry about that.
Feeling vibe that should be there, but it shouldn't be school. It's blowing up stuff and killing for the empires and doing cool stuff, but maybe going to the front lines and doing all that. But having a place where you're not punished and you can learn by trial and error, I think is core core to survival for new players.
Yeah,
Yeah.
getting them.
So the nightmare scenario that I have is there's a player starts in manifest, starts in Exordium, does his Exordium stuff, decides he wants to jump into it, goes to his Empire of Choices shipcaster, jumps through the shipcaster, goes to the headquarters, enlists in the militia, doesn't know any better, so doesn't change their home station, goes out into the war zone, gets killed and potted, and now they're in manifest. They've already used their one chance to use the shipcaster, and they have no freaking clue how to get back to where they were supposed to be. And they're in the militia in the middle, like potentially far away from their militia war headquarters. I think that's the nightmare scenario for a new player, or at least one of the new nightmare scenarios for a new player. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Because if you get potted, you can leave manifest and then get potted and then just wake back up and manifest and you didn't realize was going. I mean, obviously that can sort of still happen in the schools, but the current school system doesn't literally like bring you to the doorstep of faction warfare.
Sorry, FC Burger.
Yeah, I just want to add a bit on that. Yeah, we've talked a lot about this adjacent new player. Like we think a lot about the new players, but it's also the fact of you're seeing others that are kind of going through the same thing.
Oh, I can look at the message. It says, I'm talking about the gameplay itself. The problem is that you don't know who you'll be fighting a second later. That's why ESS mechanics are much better than from a gameplay perspective. I mean, combat as war is a big function of EVE. You can change your home station remotely, then repod yourself. You can only change your home station remotely once per year, and even then only to your corporation's home station. So you won't be able to, if you haven't joined a player corporation, you wouldn't be able to do that. Pretty sure in that situation you'd be auto-kicked from out of faction warfare? I don't think you would. No, it's just the faction warfare would be turned off while you're in. You can go into Exordium in faction warfare. It's just the faction warfare hostilities don't apply while you're in Exordium.
Thing as you, and when you see someone in a dungeon doing something, you can be pretty sure that's another new.
The point is that person, my point is that you have an escalation of excitement. Oh my God, there's a cool thing. Oh my God, there's a cool thing. Oh my God, I want to do the next thing. And then they get potted and they get sent back so far that it's like, now they're lost. They had this like chain of like, yeah. And then there's this, it's like a big setup of a failure. And it's like, you feel like it would feel even worse than a normal just loss. I think I feel like that might be something for them to snag. The setting of the home station piece, especially after you get to Exordium, especially since the idea of setting like a home station is kind of an alien concept in modern MMOs. Back when EVE was new, the idea of like binding to a local res point was pretty typical. But that's a concept that you should probably introduce at some point. They should just ban haulers and freighters from using the shipcaster instead of once. I mean, but then they're going to run around the circles with people figuring out new ways of exploiting it here and there and everywhere. The shipcaster is likely locked behind the new epic arc. Yeah, maybe. I'm starting to think that might not even necessarily be true though, but I'm not 100% sure.
Player, so it's kind of, it eases off the barrier of kind of communication and reaching out and asking people for help and things like that. But another thing we're also doing in the space, because the space is contained, we're doing a lot of experiments in kind of environmental storytelling, kind of giving the kind of your surroundings more opportunity to tell the story of the empires and the space that you're in. So some of the things that players will see in the new expansion, both in Exordium and out of Exordium, is that each of the empires is actually getting a new kind of header font. So as you enter Amar space, you see like a now entering Amar, or like the system that you're in their font. And Galente has a distinct font. In Exordium, in the embassy spaces, we're also releasing the.
If they're in faction warfare as a new player, they're probably in a faction warfare NPC corp. So their home station should be the shipcaster station. No, I don't know if that works that way. My point is they would still need to know how to do that, and really all they would do is just be like, oh crap, now what? Which, I mean, maybe that's okay. They're still going to be there where like all of their stuff that they got from doing the career agents are. It might be fine. I could see somebody like, oh no, I need to get back there, and it's like oh, I used my one shipcaster. I don't know.
First batch of new Empire Space music, was way more dynamic music, way more kind of fluid, and it reacts more to what you do, and it just kind of gives you that deeper immersion, and it kind of echoes, it echoes.
That's a good point, Jeff.
You can.
They can always ask Aura AI for help. That's a good point, Jeff. I appreciate it.
Hear the chimes of Amar. So it's a
To be clear, I said that before you typed that in, according to my thing. So we had the same joke.
it's a super cool thing, and we're doing a lot of just in the environments themselves as well. We're pushing the boundaries. So this is the first step into a bigger change that we're going to push throughout New Eden.
The class of 26 is going to know that Eve has sound. It's going to be crazy. They're going to be playing such a different version of Eve than the class of like 2012.
That's
The
true.
chimes of Amar. Ratati, you got the chimes there? You play those for us?
A gong.
We can add stuff in post. It'll just be like,
bar. Play some.
hell yeah. Nice. That's actually super cool. I didn't realize that they would have their own like kind of soundscape as well that people can sort of identify with. I do love when players are flying around different areas of space. They really see that like, oh, I'm in a Mars space. Everything's kind of like yellowish, like this kind of like murky thing going over the Midmar star.
So to be fair, I've been using Google's AI chatbot to help me understand core Eve concepts. I mean, it can definitely be good for that, for sure. Especially things that are well established and able to be like referenced easily, for sure. Although I will say that AI has like there's so much like information that has over time changed. Like even if you go back and watch my videos, I'll probably have some things that are wrong because things just change. And so it's always worth double checking the latest information about something, for sure. Hey Ash, I'm broke until my industry job finishes. Can you send me a Titan so I can borrow it? Hell yeah, man. Sure, why not? There's a few steps between where I'm at now and the capacity to do that. There's so much complaints in the game that doesn't teach XYZ. How about going out and getting information instead of being presented? I agree. Well, yes, and I think that some of it, like the game should be learnable through play for sure. Like with things like autopilot, I think that it's okay for people to come to terms with the idea that autopilot is something that you should use less than others, right? It's okay for people to kind of learn things over time and kind of learn a better way of doing things. That's actually good, like using the radio menu, for example. But the point is that players that don't have pieces of information don't always know what they're missing. And so it's about exposing people to different information. Like they could go into LowSec and get killed unknowingly without even realizing that directional scan is a thing to know about. That's the real problem. And so helping identify pieces of the game that you literally don't even know about, like transversal velocity, directional scan, and whatnot. That's why I want to make this list of like truly top 10 tips for truly new players to kind of capture some of that stuff. There's one Orca player who whines about getting ganked. I mean, yes, everyone's going to, like, oldest players are always going to be like, I've never been ganked in 25 years, and now I've been ganked, and it's unfair. That happens, for sure.
Star space, you get these like really deep red, like garnet hues coming in, and then like the Kaldari blue. Hell yeah. Everyone knows Cheetah. But that's neat that they're going to be trained early on.
Wait, Cheetah, is that a Kaldari thing? Isn't that some other guys that own Cheetah?
There's been some shenanigans afoot, as Burger is alluding to, as of just a couple weeks ago, actually. Yeah, Cheetah is no longer controlled by the Kaldari. Concord is administered.
I haven't played much Eve, but this update seems interesting. I think I'm going to hop back in and join the New Bro Corp. Is Eve Uni still around? Absolutely. But also, the Convocation of Empyreans is here to help you maximize player engagement with Eve Online. You can come and join us as well. Eve Uni still exists. A lot of the older groups still exist. There are lots of people that are wanting to help out new players.
During it, but Kaldari still has a pretty big presence there. They've still got the main trading hub. Taxes are the same, still making some bank. Things are kind of okay for the Kaldari still. Oh no, poor Kaldari, my side. We're gonna lose more stuff.
Line time and server ticks are not something you'll find out unless you're looking. Yeah, well, server tick is definitely something that's not explained, which you could argue whether or not it should be. Align time, at least you do see like the bar and it's on the fitting window. I think that the idea of like the more agile you are, like maybe the literal rule of you must be going 70% in vector in the correct direction, like that isn't taught. But at the same time, I think that that's okay for that to be player knowledge. That said, I mean, there is really cool help videos for some of the stuff. I think you're right. Like there could be an alignment or a warp video added, for example. That would be a good one. And of course, like directional scanner is, again, not even in scanning. It's not here. I have a short on my YouTube channel that teaches you the basics of a directional scanner in less than a minute. But there is no video in the client in the help section for directional scanner or for warping, even though there is for like transversal and stuff. So it's not perfect. Also, like almost nobody ever pays attention to these videos or points anybody to it. It'd be really nice if the tutorial at least pointed you to these videos.
But cool. We got a lot of other things coming in the expansion as well. I know Nikon and Hadran were talking about titles and achievements. I know players got to see some of the first.
For example, you want 1.99 alignment. Yeah, but I agree. I strongly believe that level of nitty grittiness, that's something that should be learned from players. There's no real reason. I think that if they tried to tutorialize the whole like, and now your alignment is sub 2 second, good job, you can't be caught. Like I don't think that needs to be like the trained process.
First titles and achievements that are able.
Because like you want to teach people what they need to know to do the stuff. You don't need to. You can let them learn the details to be more efficient about things, but you want to give them the bare bones. If you do this, it will at least work, right? So that way they can have enough confidence to be doing things, and then as they're doing things, they might experiment with ways of doing things better or worse.
Able to be picked up. Meat Popsicle is still my favorite. I'm going to be very.
Just ask Aura how I can warp faster. Reply was good and covered the 75%. Oh, that's pretty good.
Excited to go through. I know Convict is gig excited to now build a Titan, so he can be a Titan builder according to.
Also, motivation to do it in the first place. Like, why would a new player care to get ISK? I mean, I don't think new players really need to be explained why they need ISK, because they want the next size ship, they want the next big thing, and it ends up that they need ISK to buy it. Like that's a pretty straightforward one.
To the achievements, he's never wanted to build a Titan at all in his EVE career. Now that there's an achievement for it, he's like, well, I guess now there's something for me to do. It's actually kind of interesting to see the completionist.
And then they get it and there's no content. I mean, that is the bigger issue.
Players of EVE Online just like looking at these and be like, well, shit, I know what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to grind 200 abyssal sites before anyone else so I can get that title first.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of really cool things here. One is just, you know, goal setting for anybody. I think it's nice to have a clear goal or something you can set for yourself that's a bit of a stretch and a challenge to do, especially if you've been playing for a while and you've kind of figured everything out. Like maybe this might get you out of your comfort zone to try something else out. And then just being recognized for that and being able to share that with other people too. I think being able to say that you are a Titan builder and look, here it is. I can show you I am a Titan builder indeed is a really cool and important thing. And then again, kind of calling back to our newer players in the context of today, right? Like this is a system that people are familiar with. And we really just wanted like there's so many new things and new concepts you have to learn in EVE. And sometimes it's nice to just have something familiar to latch onto and being like, what should I do next? And somebody can say, well, these achievements are a great place for you to start. Like if you do this, you're going to learn a little bit about the EVE universe. You're going to learn how to move around or to do these concepts. So go focus on those things. There's another thing to just kind of grab onto, be familiar with, and give you a bit of a goal setting framework.
Right on. I like that. Nice little framework to.
People say players can do whatever they want, but unless they present something to you, you don't get to make a choice. If they say, hey, you should go mine Veldspar, now you get to choose whether or not you want to listen. But if they don't say anything, then it's like, what do I even do? Well, you can find mine Veldspar. Well, why would I want to do that? Well, I mean, you know, you get some ISK. Is it the best ISK? Well, I mean, not really. Well, then what can I do to get better ISK? Well, you can find the rarer spawns. You see how like the initial suggestion like starts the conversation. You need a seed to work with a lot of people.
To kind of just gently nudge people into new areas of space that they might be interested in, but they just need a little push to try and figure it out or put their big toe in the deep end of the pool.
Yeah, we've just never had a way to commemorate anything formally, except maybe make NPC medals, I think is the only one. So I think this is way more than just that. I think this is a way for us to commemorate people who have been playing for 5 years or 10 years. There's a way to be a cadet of class 26. Like there's stuff we can issue behind the scenes after the fact. They don't all have to be achievements because we can now theoretically, this is one of the hidden use cases, is to be able to go say, okay, who actually was in B5 RB? Let's go give them an achievement for like Survivor of B5 or not.
That's what I've been saying, man. They should go back and give achievements for historical stuff. We can tell who was in BTEC R, at least they should be able to. That'd be so cool.
Survivor maybe, but like I was there moments, and I think we can retroactively fit like some of these, which is super cool. I think making Alliance tournaments titles makes like 100% sense. All of these little things, that we've done, like HSI, like Travel to Everything, like we're formalizing these real things into a scalable.
And you can also do so much with landmarks. Visit Site 1, visit other landmarks, like visit every region of the game, visit all of the spatial phenomena,
Design where eventually players can make their own titles as well, like at least theoretically.
Yeah, and we're gonna, now we're gonna, in this initial release, we're putting out titles and achievements, and then kind of in a later expansion, if it's the winter expansion or in a year's time, like we want to give people ways to actually show off like their favorite achievement so others can see. And I think that's a beautiful way of kind of telling your story and portraying to others like who you are.
This absolutely needs to be in the API. Absolutely needs to be in the API.
Be able to, of course, show off the title now. So that will give people some sense of like, ooh, it's Okami, the Titan chicken or something.
I am the Titan chicken.
Titan chicken.
And then, you can kind of, showcase, who you are and how you kind of see yourself in this beautiful space.
What an FC hosted and curated manual for the game that might help with new player experience. I don't even think that's that good of an idea, because like I don't think that FC is any better at explaining the game than players are. I think that they do. There's an entire website. There's the EVE Online Academy website. Oh, or is it gone? Wait, hold on. Is it gone? No. Here we go. Yeah, there's an EVE Academy website that teaches all the mechanics and everything like that. They don't talk about it very much, but it does exist. But even this was made in combination with a bunch of players to help them figure out what to do. It CCP isn't better at teach. We are the ones that are out there teaching people. It's always a weird relationship between FC and players when it comes to teaching this stuff. I always said that their goal should be that EVE Online is a game that it can be learned through play. That's the biggest thing for me.
It's about.
Actually wants it on the API to scan for members of the CoW achievement. No, I want to have like I want to be able to pull up my profile to my buddy and be like, here's my character and all the cool stuff that I've got and all that stuff on like a website. I am Orca mining in the background.
Where we talked about Skinner or player-made skins for the first time, and it's all in context.
Did they say something about being able to buy old medals? You can buy the Penumbra skins, but not old medals.
With what we called at the time trying to express our identity in the game, but we've evolved that into a kind of a pillar or a theme of true legacy, because EVE actually builds.
Ash's videos on turrets and missiles were a major upgrade in my understanding of how weapons worked. I'm glad that you liked it. Just remember, I do have my fitting master course from a few years back that's even longer, that goes over weapons, tank, etc. I think there should be a tank video too as well, not just the missiles and turrets one. I will continue to be making more as well. Let me know what I'm missing and what we can make better videos about. But yes, I do try to make tutorial videos, and I'm glad that people like them.
True legacy, that people become.
Those are great ASMR videos too. I'm glad you like it.
Known, they're actually famous for something, and putting your logos on ships, putting medals, putting badges, expressing with titles. This is all there.
There should be better T2 industry tools for sure. The fact that like there is no way to like conceptualize T2 industry or distribute T2 industry efforts well, like the corp projects is a good step, but if you had a UI that you could actually view and kind of grok the full development process of T2 industry or T3 industry, I think that'd be really useful. Again, there's plenty of tools external to the game that exist for that, but it is one of those things that'd be cool for it to be internal to the game.
We started a journey back then, which we're still on, which is always good to remember that we're not just throwing darts on a wall Like we've been doing this now for like a long time with a very specific plan.
Yes, all the YouTube ones are asked. I've been asked a few times to do it. It's such a weird thing to try to explain though, because the whole point of T2 industry is that each one is kind of very, you know what? I should do that. I'm going to make at least a note that at some point we should dive more into T2 industry. I did more like T1 and faction industry before, but I will make a note to say that people do want a T2 industry guide, that there is a lack of good ones at the moment. I will keep that in mind and see what I can do.
And we want you to be able to, at a glance, see what you're all about. Like, what is this dude all about? What is this person actually like proud of themselves? What have they chosen to show us is very interesting. And it may help with matchmaking, it may help with corporation recruitment and all kinds of things. But also it may just matter to you. Like, I'm this guy, I want to be this, and that's who I am.
Yeah, that is very nifty. I like it. There's a whole bunch more stuff that's coming in the expansion as well. The expansion patch notes are available as soon as we stop yapping. There's, we talked a lot about like new players, titles and achievements, military campaigns, and how that works. But there's also ship balance changes. Angel Cartel ships getting a big buff. Some Mike Warp Drive changes as well. Some other ship balance stuff. In faction warfare space, for example, there's some new sites that you guys can compete in. I'm really looking forward to see how you guys do with the battlecruiser sites, getting an extra.
I don't need a video to explain margins. I want the process explained and how others set it up. That's okay. That's absolutely fair. Give you the tools to make your own discoveries about T2, to find your own niche. That's fair. Definitely high on my priority stack now.
Extra level of battlecruiser is going to be absolutely wild from a theory crafting perspective. So yeah, lots of new chaos to be in there. Some changes to seagulling mechanics that we've been working on since the beginning of the year. Just a whole bunch of really cool stuff. I encourage.
Yeah, the fact that you can't hit the API, the thing that's always frustrated me when it comes to making tools, when it comes to industry, is the trying to get the material requirements for any given blueprint into a spreadsheet. I've always had to type it in all manually. I guess that there might be better ways of doing it, but like the idea of like conceptualizing all of the parts of industry that are required has always been one of the most annoying parts when it comes to building tools and understanding it. For sure.
You all to dive in there, check it out before the expansion comes on Tuesday the 9th. But before we head out, I still wanted to chat a little bit more about things that are coming in the future, right? Maybe not just the Cradle of War expansion, but beyond a little bit. If we just want to look a little bit beyond that, because there's it's not just a single moment. This is part of a series, as you guys have all said at FanFest and in the director's chat at the earlier part of the year. But the one thing I want to focus on or move on to right now is force projection stuff. We chatted a little bit about at FanFest about force projection. There are no force projection changes in the Cradle of War update. But Okami, you wanted to talk a little bit about kind of like where we are now and what the next steps are.
Yeah, so really we're first focusing on force projection via Ansiblex gates. And I just want to say, we understand that it's a bigger and more nuanced problem that has many pieces, from alphas to...
I mean, you have to do reactions for capitals now. You have to do the R4 reactions at least.
So many other things. And I think that this is just the first sort of step that we're taking. So a lot of the conversations I have with people are about, well, there's all these other things. And it's like, yes, we know, but we have to start somewhere. And this is where we're going to start.
No, reactions are like how you turn Moongoo into T2 production and R4 reactables. Reactions are also used in Prismaticite too, for sure.
And sort of the important pieces of it are both the fact that we have been and will continue working with the CSM and everyone and taking in feedback along the way. I think it's important that we do something meaningful and sort of significant in the next little while to start to make an impact here, more than just tuning this or that. And that, we'll try to stay on top of being very highly communicative, sharing our plans early, listening to feedback, and most importantly, just committing to iterations. And if something, a change we do or don't make here, works or doesn't work, we'll factor that in and we'll keep iterating. So as I talk to people and they're sort of humming and hawing, those are all the bits I want people to know and think about is there's a plan. And we will be open and we'll be talking and we'll be communicating and iterating on this over time. And we have to start somewhere. So this is where we're starting.
So maybe we can start with Galante attacking Minmatar.
What?
Projected.
What?
The Galante projecting the Minmatar space way too strong. That's clearly the thing we're going to be focusing on.
Yeah, those drones out of here.
I
I mean,
agree
the Glente are already stealing Mimitar's web bonuses on their drones.
with Okami. It's time. Like we can't just sit here and guess and theory craft and complain at the same time. Like we need to make a change. There has been varied levels of consensus building. We want to not go against like the whole grain. We really like CCP FC doesn't have any real
Take a shot.
kind of dog in the hunt here. We're trying to sense what the community wants, and we hear there's an ask to try to fix the situation, and it's the majority. Then there's lobbyism and politics, and maybe not like clearly the right answer, and maybe the obvious answer isn't the best answer because like that just leads to a situation, and it's fine to wargame all that. We've done that a lot. We've done it in 3 CSMs in a row, and there's always consensus, and then people kind of fall off because they don't want to commit to that consensus, and that's fine. But we're going to do something. Like we're definitely going to make a change.
Yeah, the key is that there is no silver bullet. We just have to start, and then we learn and we continue.
I also think, broadly speaking, right, like it's kind of a solved thing in EVE. And an EVE that I've seen is that changes over time is a more interesting one with new problems to solve and new challenges to figure out. And really, when we talk about the complexity of EVE and why that's good, it's seeing people come together and solve these new issues. So this is a piece that feels relatively solved on some level. And I think by injecting a new sort of puzzle or set of things here for players to solve, it's going to be really interesting. And I think that's where fun comes from, and that's what EVE is. So I'm excited to kind of break down some old conventions and try something a little bit more different and inject some new challenge and puzzle into the universe.
Yeah, players are the best at min-maxing stuff, but they need stuff to min-max. So like new challenges to solve, even if it's not, as Berger was saying, a silver bullet. We know there's never going to be a silver bullet for any design change that we do in EVE. Just kind of moving that target around, keeping people on their toes, and just shaking the sandbox ever so gently, sometimes a little bit more violently when it needs to be done.
No balance is static, especially in EVE Online. Like the only good balance is going to be a dynamic process by definition.
Another thing that's coming along, Another thing that's coming along a little bit sooner than that is Project Avalon. This is something that we talked a little bit about at FanFest. If you were at FanFest, you actually got to play the new Vanguard build as well. But we were talking about the link between EVE and Vanguard and kind of what that looks like. Ritari, do you want to just give a quick summary for anyone that might have missed it, and just like how you guys are feeling about the link between the two games?
Yeah, absolutely. Since Operation First Strike, we kind of retrofitted. Like now we feel that all of the events should have been called Operation something. Like it didn't, but like now it is. So from the first Operation First Strike, we have been, I would say, experimenting, building like small bridges. I would say like we're throwing ropes across a chasm, like one at a time. And eventually we'll have a strong bridge, but like now we have a few ropes, and they're still all holding. Like they're strong ropes because they're built on Quasar. They're not built. They're built properly. They're not tests or prototypes or anything else. Like they actually are links. We learned a lot from them. We learned a lot about advantage, a lot about kind of triggering events on either side, asynchronous gameplay, etc. And this is really a big moment for the Vanguard.
What do you mean by that? So in the first version, at least, like the biggest impact that the Vanguard had on the gameplay was the advantage and contested values of insurgency systems during that test. That's why you said advantage.
Going into alpha, kind of saying this line in the sand is everything you've seen until now has been what we call closed or pre-alpha. We have been experimenting. We're trying to figure out the soul, the DNA of the game, and trying all these connections, etc. Because we believe that Vanguard is at least the yin and yang. It needs to be a great extraction shooter or great FPS, basically. The model we chose is an extraction adventure model, but the other part of it is an evergreen connection to EVE Online that is meaningful to both players in Vanguard and on EVE side. So we feel that we've tested a lot of stuff, contracts, mining, all kinds of crazy out there things for an FPS that people are like, why would you mine in a game? Because it's an EVE game. Like you wouldn't mine in other games, but you're going to mine in this game. Or you can choose to not to mine and just buy the resources or find another way. It's a capitalistic FPS in some way. So we experimented a lot, and now we've kind of boiled the soup down to like its essence. It's distilled, and Alpha is this Operation Avalon is a 10-day event where you'll actually play the extraction adventure, FPS, the way it's meant to be played. There's a lot of economy in the game. There's a lot of blueprint collections, resource gathering, building up currency, not ISK, but something else.
10 days is not that much time for progress, but we'll see.
Building up your inventory, and everything is the quality benchmark that we expect. There's no prototype assets anymore. There's no yellow guns or like unskinned textures or anything else. Like, this is the game it's meant to be. NPC behaviors, gun behaviors, everything.
I do want Breacher Pod Simulator. Even if it's just like a way to test out your build in Vanguard or something, that'd be fun.
So it is really coming together, and we feel it's really good to see it.
How much damage can you do in 12 seconds? Ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Congratulations, you did this much damage.
Come together. It's a tough thing to make a game that has been kind of stress tested, live ops wise, server wise. We're not a standard indie in that sense. We're not doing this for the first time. We're building like proper technology built to last. So we're ready to take on all newcomers. But obviously, like, we're catering still to the people who know EVE right now. We're not going big and bold or like selling TV ads or posters on buses. We're talking to our people, and that's current EVE players, it's lapsed EVE players, it's ex-Dust players, it's anyone who wanted to play EVE but couldn't.
I would love a like Baldur's Gate 3 set in the EVE universe. I've always wanted, like, I want an LA noir set in like Kali or something. That'd be cool.
Find their footing, but they would be happy to try another try through an FPS lens. So I just recommend everyone go try it. It's a really cool thing. It's free to play. This event is free. That is no Omega barrier or anything else. So if you want to try it on Steam, it will be on Steam in what they call the playtesting feature. So you have to go on Steam and request access to the playtest. But you can, if you've tried it before, you can also just try it on the launcher. It's just going to be in your second tab in your beloved EVE launcher. Just go there, download the game, play, and I really recommend everyone trying it. It's really come together.
Awesome. Well, thanks. I'm looking forward to that too. A little bit later on in the summer, in July. But of course, before we get there, we have to wait for Cradle of War coming on the 9th. As of right now, the patch notes are live. The expansion notes for Cradle of War are live. Go check them out. Go figure out what you want to do come Tuesday. Ritati, Burger, Okami, it was a great time chatting with you. I love just nerding out a little bit, talking about like seeing how your brains work a little bit to create the magical world of EVE. So thanks for that. I appreciate it. Any parting words?
See you out there
in space.
Cool.
Glory to Amar.
Knew it.
Hey, FC Okami, how about Galante and Minmat are going and blasting those dudes over there? High five.
Yeah, that's it.
This is why we need to solve force projection. They are teaming up against the Amar. It's not fair, crushing out regional conflict with the big blob. So yes, all the more reason to do that. But thanks again, guys. Appreciate it. And yeah, can't wait to hear what you guys think of Cradle of War. Do keep in touch. Discord, forums, Reddit, wherever you are. We want to hear from you. And yeah, fly safe. Have a great weekend. And we'll see you in space.
All right, guys. And I will see you tomorrow as we explore the Cradle of War expansion. I think that we're at the end of my capabilities probably today. Probably not worth doing the monthly economic report right now. There's also a great video that just came out from EVE Frontiers that I do want to check out, but that's going to have to be another time too. There's a lot going on this week, so make sure you subscribe to the channel and head on into the Discord. Let's go ahead and do the wrap-up stuff. Make sure to head on into the Discord. If you haven't already and you need 1,000,000 skill points, you can use the buddy code down below or in the chat. It helps out those who make the stream and the convocation possible. I also have a game that I built called Playton based on an older game called Zoop. And I don't know if that's actually going to work. I also have a second channel, my Decanted channel, where I post videos of my dog, and apparently now everybody's been very good. There was quite a bit of drama that doesn't relate to EVE directly, but involves EVE players that has been boiling in EVE on the subreddit and somewhat on the forums and whatnot, revolving around the pride flag and stuff. Obviously, pride is absolutely acceptable here. But I did post a 2-hour-long video reaction to Fern, formerly of Eve Guru, and his video about the whole subject. It's not for everybody. That's why it's on the second channel. It's why I'm not like advertising it or anything like that. I've waited till the end of this stream to even mention it. But if you are interested, I do recommend going over to the Ashtarothi Decanted channel. I did not expect that to be my first edited, ready-to-go video that wasn't a live or a short, but it's just how it ended up. But there is good videos of my dog and some other like tests of like playthroughs of like Enfield and Star Wars on there as well. Go ahead and check it out. Subscribe if you can. And honestly, I'm the people who have watched that video and given me feedback, I really, really, really appreciate it. I was very nervous making it, but I felt like it was important. Again, I'm definitely not trying to promote it too heavily or anything like that. It's one of those things that if you're interested in the topic, it's there for you. If you're not, then it's not. But remember, this channel is about EVE Online, and I'm committed to that. So thank you all for coming and participating today. Tomorrow we'll be doing Cradle of War. The rest of this week we're going to be doing Cradle of War stuff, etc., etc. So make sure to get involved. If you want to support the channel, you can always pick up some merch like this mug, or you can become a member or a patron, or you can just come and join us in game and help us maximize player engagement with EVE Online. Come fly in fleets and stuff with us. It's well worth the effort, Ash. Thanks, Lazy One. No, honestly, Lazy One, like, Lazy One was one of the people that commented, and I was kind of concerned because I didn't want to alienate anybody with that. So I really appreciate you saying that, because, like I said, I thought it was something that was important to say, and it was worth the risk, and so I did. Okami is a speckled shirt like a milk cow. Yeah, he's got the winter camo, or winter digital camo. Other than that, I think that should just about cover it. I think that's all I have to talk about right now. Oh, I was going to do a giveaway for the stream, for the Skinner stuff. As you can tell, I didn't do it. The reason why was because I actually originally was like, okay, well, I'll do a Pride giveaway for stream. And I saw that there were a lot of people doing Pride ships on Skinner and stuff. But then when I went on Skinner, I couldn't find any of them. So I might need to like contact somebody. My thought was like I would buy, instead of like doing it over on top of everybody else, that I would like find one of the people that were doing it and offer to get one for somebody, a winner. But then I couldn't find them on the Skinner tool, so I just decided not to deal with it today. Tomorrow there will be a giveaway thanks to Morcar. I can't remember exactly what game it is, but it's like 60 seconds escape something. But either way, that'll be available to everybody. I got to listen to Ash research. Man, thank you so much to Malak for putting up with me this weekend as I ranted and raved and went on, continued to go off on what would eventually become that video that I produced. But yeah, if you want to come and hang out with us, we're on Discord all the time. I'd love to hang out with you. I'd love to chat with you guys about stuff. Head on in. But all that said, I'm an Ashtarothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put EVE into context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you all for coming and checking out the stream. Oh no, my top supporters thing is not here. I do want to give a special shout out to my top tier supporters: 745 MPSI, Arydanika the Queen, Bad Boy Smooth, Ebo Elite, Erladis, Elange, Flash Gordon, Grims, May, Malak Starfire, Malin, Mercuton, Mike, Morcar, Michael, Neelam, LM1, Sheesh, Susuro, Threns, and Rid. Thank you all so much. This is everything that I know about what's going on tomorrow, I believe, in one video. I hope you guys liked it. Make sure to like it, share it with other people, and be back tomorrow for the new expansion. And until next time, until then, I've been Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and I'll see you in space.
Bring on the wrecking machine.
Like the stream for the guineas!
every city